have to move away from that big old box up there that says live and my minutes counting. I don't know. And to my right, they have this big old chat, live chat. I don't know how to get that off of there. I also don't know how to delete, or it doesn't give me the option. Yeah, it does give me the option to delete. I missed that. I'm trying to delete that last live I had. The class is in session. I have my notes in my path in my pad. What I found was something I haven't listened to, so I'm going to invite you to. Damn. Oh, this one may have the name I wanted, but yeah, I want to bypass that. Is that it? Okay. This would be evidently someone who did a heavy research on Malcolm X. And I've never heard this researcher. Apparently, it's a son picking up in his father's steps who was researching Malcolm X. And so I'm just going to go from there and let them explain to you. And this will be the first time I've ever seen this. So it will be interesting what I learn. Now, it's a white person speaking at first before he introduces the researchers. And it did tell me in the beginning it's waiting to, what is it saying? Oh, skip ahead, first of all.
Everyone, we're going to get started in just a few moments. Okay, thank you all for joining us this afternoon on Politics and Prose Live. We're here to discuss The Dead Are Rising by Les Payne, and you can purchase a copy of that book via the link that I posted in our chat column. If you click on that, it'll take you to Politics and Prose's website, and it's a great way to support our author and to also support your local independent bookstore. Secondly, I want to let everyone know that the latter portion of today's talk will be devoted to your questions. We highly encourage everyone to ask a question, and you can do so by clicking on the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen. Just click on that and type in your question. You can also read other people's questions, and we'll try to get to as many of those as we can. We also have a chat for you guys to use, but if you could try to keep your questions to the Q&A and not the chat, it just makes things a little bit easier. And with that being said, today we are here to discuss The Dead Are Rising, The Life of Malcolm X by the late Les Payne. Les Payne was a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist, and he embarked in 1990 on a nearly 30-year-long quest to interview anyone he could find who had actually known Malcolm X. The result was an epic biography that draws on hundreds of interviews to paint a definitive portrait of Malcolm X that separates fact from fiction. Today, we have the honor of being joined by Tamara Payne, Les's daughter, and also his primary researcher, completed the book after her father's passing. She also wrote the book's introduction. Today, Tamara will be joined in conversation by Joe Davidson. Joe writes the Federal Insider, formerly the Federal Diary, a Washington Post column on the federal government. He is co-founder of the National Association of Black Journalists, a two-time Pulitzer juror, and the recipient of numerous awards. So please join me in welcoming Tamara and Joe.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you, Tammy, to talk about the book that you co-authored with your father. In full disclosure for the audience, he was a good friend of mine and also a co-founder of the National Association of Black Journalists. And so, he and I would talk about this book from time to time over the years, and it was really many years of work on this book. I think I'd like to begin by asking you to talk about the title. It uses the word arising instead of rising. Can you explain to our audience what the significance of the title is?
Yeah. The title basically meaning that you're coming into consciousness, and it refers to the when people joined the Nation of Islam, and when they were outside of the nation, they were considered dead and had not accepted or come into consciousness to who Black people were, and accepting the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. And when they joined the nation, they were considered arising or risen, and also family members at that point. Dad liked playing with language, and arising had a lot more energy and fitting with the iambic pentameter for him. So he played with the language.
Well, it's his love of language that certainly came through in the columns that he wrote for many years for Newsday, where he was an editor before he retired. And certainly in this book, it's crisp. It's kind of a driving book. It moves along. And, as a reporter, one of the things we often learn about and talk with other reporters about is paying attention to detail. We talk about reporting a lot. We certainly did that a lot at NABJ and at the Trotter Group, this organization of Black columnists that your father co-founded. And there's so much detail and so many interviews in this book. I'd really like to learn, in addition to getting into what the book says about Malcolm, and I have a number of questions along those lines. But I'd like to learn about the process of reporting this book. He started it 30 years ago. And so perhaps one question that comes to mind is just, why did it take so long?
He wanted to get it right, basically. He was really, he knew that this was a really important story, and he wanted to make sure, he was constantly tinkering with these chapters. He would write a chapter, and I remember reading an earlier version, even of Hartford chapters, of the Hartford chapter, and thinking it was great. And then he was like, yeah. And then he'll come back and he'd be totally different and still great. And he was just constantly editing. It was like it was a never-ending process. And then I got to see even more how much of a never-ending process was when I got involved with that after he had passed. But he was constantly he just kept playing with the language and what was coming out of this and what he wanted to come out in this story. So, and then also what took a long time was, when we first started in 1990, he wanted to get as much information about Malcolm's life from anybody who knew or worked with him. And so it was a lot of people. And then there were a lot of people, it was always like, can we get to them? Can we get to them? Sometimes it might be months that it would take. So, this project really took on a life of its own. As far as constantly finding people who knew them. And then as time was passing, we were like, wow, these people are starting to die off. Like Dad spoke with Captain Joseph, who was second in command with Malcolm in the Nation of Islam at the Harlem Mosque. And, and he died in 1990, I'm going to get the year off by a year probably, but 93. and I met him too, and he was just very strong character, but it was just, knowing that we could talk to him before he passed. We did not know that he wasn't well and that he would pass while giving, before he died, he gave Dad a key piece of information before he left. So it was a lot of that kind of process, and just trying to make sure you get as much of the story as possible, because you wanted to you want to touch every aspect of Malcolm's life as you can and verify it and analyze it. So that was part of the process. It was a lot of interviews, and then there are a lot of interviews where we may not have directly quoted from them in the book, but we use them to help give us the sense of the scene. So to bring readers into these scenes, into what was happening, particularly when we're talking about when Malcolm was first joined the nation, and we were able to speak with the couple that he had moved in with after he came out of jail. He first lived with his brother, and then he moved in with the Mustafa's Hussein and his wife, and they became friends, and then they were, Malcolm was determined to attract the more educated crowd into the nation, while the other members at that time tended to be older and working class. So that was kind of a shift, and that was bringing new energy into the nation. And it also caused tension with the other people who were there. So it's like learning about all of that. Like, what was that like? What did that mean? And Dad was tenacious, and his interviewing and in getting these types of details, and it comes out in the book.
It certainly does. I mean, the book is rich in details. I mean, some of which we'll talk about in a minute. But still on the process, about how many people were interviewed for this book?
I would say coming up to 100, definitely. But it was hundreds of hours, because we didn't just interview them for an hour. Dad spoke with the brothers, Wilfred and Filbert in particular, at least 7 or 8 hours just in the first interviews, and then he would go back years later and
this was 4 months ago. 4 months ago.
Corroborate what information he was learning that they may not have brought up, or to expand on the information they did bring up, and he was able to find out even more, and then find out what they thought about that. And that was really the process. He did that with even the Husseins and everybody. I mean, when you're working with that massive of people and meeting them and getting to know them, and Dad was a master of getting them to be comfortable and talking with them, to speak with them and tell their stories, because it cut down in time, but it was still a lot of hours. It was hundreds of hours of interviews.
And tell us how he decided to start this book, because certainly there's been a lot written about Malcolm X. So why did he decide another book was needed about Malcolm X? And let me also say that this book has it breaks news, I think. There's information in here that I don't think you'll find elsewhere. But he couldn't have known that when he first started. So I don't assume he started to break news. So why did he decide to write the book to begin with?
He did kind of want to break news, actually.
As a journalist, I guess so. That's right.
As a journalist.
But did he know there was news to break? I mean, did he know there were some things? Did he know there were some things that were unknown?
Yeah, well, that's what the initial attraction was to the story. Malcolm, as you know, he admired Malcolm. He
right.
talked about him a lot, I'm sure, with you over the years, and he definitely, he would play his speeches for us on the weekends, and we were always talking about Malcolm, in the house growing up. So he admired Malcolm, and he would read his, autobiography, and he would play his speeches. So he was constantly, thinking about Malcolm and Malcolm's analysis of the Black condition in America in particular,
right.
and also his analysis later on of what was going on in the world with oppressive regimes, such as in South Africa and the Congo. And so he really was, he was very interested in that. But he also felt that through the speeches and the autobiography that we had everything we needed to know. And if you think about, like, if you're going to do the sociopolitical analysis of him and looking at his speeches, you can make that argument. But on the other hand, what Dad happened to do when he was in Detroit visiting with his very good friend, childhood friend actually, Walter Evans, who was at the time a surgeon, and I think Filbert was one of his patients. And he introduced Dad to Filbert, and Dad talked to him for a few hours and got this amazing story out of him. And he came back and he processed it. and he thought about it. And I remember I was at the time, I had come back from China, and I remember him just talking about this interview. He had said he met one of Malcolm's brothers, and he spoke with them, and he was just processing it. And then he went back, he talked with the colleagues in New York, and one of them being Gil Noble, who hosted a show here called Like It Is, which is very important for, the Black community in the tri-state area here. But he also was very interested in Malcolm, and he said, well, which brother did you speak to? The one you really should speak to is Wilfred. So Dad said, okay, journalist, going back to Detroit and spoke to Wilfred. And a man just got this amazing story about Malcolm's childhood. And what he realized is that we don't know where Malcolm came up from. We don't know what his lineage really is. We don't, at that time in 1990, we really didn't. And Malcolm also, young people are again returning back to him, listening to his speeches, and rappers were quoting from him. And Malcolm actually, after he died, he never left the scene because people continued to listen to his speeches and read his autobiography. So what Dad found out was that he was learning more than what he read in the autobiography. And he just said, there's a lot here.
Right.
And so that started it, and then was just finding out what the lot would be. What was that story going to be?
I did want to interject one thing, and I'm wondering if he came up with this too when they're talking about his lineager. Somewhere I read, and at the time I didn't know the importance of receipts, but somewhere I read that somehow, was it Elijah? They were connected in family with Malcolm. But I don't know. I don't know if they're going to say this or not, but I did read that somewhere, and I don't.
But he wasn't trying to disprove, and I can't say he was going to try. He wanted to do a biography that, looked at Malcolm from cradle to grave. But as far as being definitive, he wanted to tell whatever the best and most accurate story he could tell, based on as a journalist.
Right.
And he wasn't, that was his focus.
He wasn't biased.
He gathered so many details while doing this book. And some of the information in the book, in some ways, it's like a mini history of Black America. I mean, when you read this book, you come away learning not just about Malcolm X, but you learn about Marcus Garvey, you learn about Boyce, you learn about Martin Luther King. And there are also some surprises. You learn about Malcolm's meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. And again, one of the details that struck me was Malcolm was was in Atlanta talking with a group of people, and the book describes how a telegram was passed from the back of the room up to the stage, and then that eventually led to a meeting with the Ku Klux Klan.
What I know about that, because I have always said, Elijah set up the meeting, or Elijah himself invited the KKK to the mosque, gave them front row seats, and they gave them a donation. But I also know that interview that Malcolm X did with the KKK was under instruction by Elijah to sit with them. So let's not make it seem like, Malcolm just up and, hey, let me talk to the KKK. That was under Elijah instruction, as well as Elijah inviting them to the mosque, as well as having them speak and tell them that they should be appreciated because they call you nigger to your face. That's what I know.
Man, why don't you tell us about that?
Okay. Also, I want to say is that we want to talk about the world that Malcolm was born into. So that's, also, it wasn't just this family life and what he came from, but the world around him. And that's why you get this. We're putting Malcolm in context of what was going on around him. And so,
and the stories of his childhood and his parents, those are also very rich as well. So we can talk about that as well. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
So what we were talking about as far as meeting the Klan and how this unfolds, Malcolm was a visiting minister in Atlanta. The minister of the Atlanta Temple for the Nation of Islam at the time was Jeremiah X. He was placed there by Elijah Muhammad. And it's important to understand that Elijah Muhammad was at that time the leader of the Nation of Islam. So even though Malcolm's face is as a national spokesman, he, and eventually kind of becomes the face of the Nation of Islam at times. And this also created a lot of jealousies. He's not the leader. So whenever something happens like this, he has to go back to Elijah Muhammad and say, how do you want to do this? And, in this case with the Ku Klux Klan, Malcolm has already had experiences with this group. The group has harassed his family on numerous occasions, one being when he wasn't even born yet. He was in utero, and his mother had to stand up to them. And that's how we open the book. But also, when they lived in Lansing, Michigan, they were on land they had bought from somebody but the deed had an exclusionary clause, which meant that Black people could not own that land. And the white neighbors organized to get them evicted, the family evicted, and burnt their house down. So he has these experiences with white supremacy and Klan and Klan's actions, Klansman actions. So he's not in favor of doing any kind of organizing with them or helping them. And he wants to have a face off. And when he goes to Elijah Muhammad with Jeremiah X and discuss, this telegram and what do they want to do, he pretty much he really wants to have kind of a face off with them and nothing to do with them, but wants to confront them. And Elijah Muhammad, on the other hand, he sees what he wants to do. And I think it's important to also understand, again, context. What the civil rights groups are doing at that time in the 60s, this was in 1961, what the civil rights group, Martin Luther King, the civil rights group, particularly in Atlanta, are doing, and what the nation's doing, and what the Klans are doing. The civil rights group want desegregation, roll back those Jim Crow laws, get the Voters' Rights Act, passed. These are all things that they're working on. They had the bus boycott years before, which had successfully, worked on getting the buses.
Malcolm didn't want to sit down with them.
On integration, the Klansmen don't want integration; they're pro-segregation. So they look at the Nation of Islam, and the Nation of Islam is Elijah Muhammad. He doesn't want to work. He don't want to deal with white people or mainstream America. He wants to have a separate state with their own laws, with access to water, and they don't want to vote. They don't want to work themselves into this society. And so the Klans is looking at them. Well, maybe we can work together against the civil rights leaders and the groups and what they're doing. They felt threatened. They felt their world was threatened.
I'm sorry for keep stopping. Exactly what I just sensed off the top of my head. Malcolm X didn't want to sit down with the KKK. He wanted to confront their ass. So you want to know what Malcolm X was going to do today? What you think he would do today? There's your answer. That's what he wanted to do back then. Confront them. Head up. What up? Sup? Elijah didn't want to do that. Elijah wanted to. Let's find out. Well, we see that the KKK knew that Elijah didn't want to integrate. And so they were going to use that to build them. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And that's why, you kind of have this.
Let me go back to, I'm sorry, because I walked in the kitchen on the part when he got the telegram.
He also felt that through the speeches and the autobiography,
I apologize. No more.
We had everything we needed to know. And if you think about, if you're going to do the socio-political analysis of him and looking at his speeches, you can make that argument. But on the other hand, what Dad happened to do when he was in Detroit visiting with his very good friend, childhood friend actually, Walter Evans, who was at the time a surgeon, and I think Filbert was one of his patients. And he introduced Dad to Filbert, and Dad talked to him for a few hours and got this amazing story out of him. And he came back and he processed it. and he thought about it. And I remember I was at the time, I had come back from China, and I remember him just talking about this interview. He had said he met one of Malcolm's brothers, and he spoke with them, and he was just processing it. And then he went back, he talked with the colleagues in New York, and one of them being Gil Noble, who hosted a show here called Like It Is, which was very important for, the Black community in the tri-state area here. But he also was very interested in Malcolm, and he said, well, which brother did you speak to? The one you really should speak to is Wilfred. So Dad said, okay, journalist, going back to Detroit and spoke to Wilfred. And a man just got this amazing story about Malcolm's childhood. And what he realized is that we don't know where Malcolm came up from. We don't know what his lineage really is. We don't, at that time in 1990, we really didn't. And then Malcolm also, young people were again returning back to him, listening to his speeches, and rappers were quoting from him. And Malcolm actually, after he died, he never left the scene because people continued to listen to his speeches and read his autobiography. So what Dad found out was that he was learning more than what he read in the autobiography. And he just said, there's a lot here.
Right.
And so that started it, and then was just finding out what the lot would be. What was that story going to be? But he wasn't trying to disprove, and I can't say he was going to try. He wanted to do a biography that looked at Malcolm from cradle to grave. But as far as being definitive, he wanted to tell whatever the best and most accurate story he could tell, based on as a journalist.
Right.
And he wasn't, that was his focus.
He gathered so many details while doing this book, and some of the information in the book, in some ways, it's like a mini history of Black America. I mean, you read this book, you come away learning not just about Malcolm X, but you learn about Marcus Garvey, you learn about Boyce, you learn about Martin Luther King, and there are also some surprises. You learn about Malcolm's meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. And again, one of the details that struck me was Malcolm was at was in Atlanta talking with a group of people, and the book describes how a telegram was passed from the back of the room up to the stage, and then that eventually led to a meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. Why don't you tell us about that?
Okay. Also, I want to say is that we want to talk about the world that Malcolm was born into. So that's, also, it wasn't just this family life and what he came from, but the world around him. And that's why you get this. We're putting Malcolm in context of what was going on around him. And so...
And the stories of his childhood and his parents, those are also very rich as well. So we can talk about that as well. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
So what we were talking about as far as meeting the Klan and how this unfolds, Malcolm was a visiting minister in Atlanta. The minister of the Atlanta Temple for the Nation of Islam at the time was Jeremiah X. He was placed there by Elijah Muhammad. And it's important to understand that Elijah Muhammad was at that time the leader of the Nation of Islam. So even though Malcolm's face is as a national spokesman, he, and eventually kind of becomes the face of the Nation of Islam at times. And this also created a lot of jealousies. He's not the leader. So whenever something happens like this, he has to go back to Elijah Muhammad and say, how do you want to do this? And, in this case with the Ku Klux Klan, Malcolm has already had experiences with this group. The group has harassed his family on numerous occasions, one being when he wasn't even born yet. He was in utero, and his mother had to stand up to them. And that's how we open the book. But also, when they lived in Lansing, Michigan, they were on land they had bought from somebody but the deed had an exclusionary clause, which meant that Black people could not own that land. And the white neighbors organized to get them evicted, the family evicted, and burnt their house down. So he has these experiences with white supremacy and Klan and Klansman actions. So he's not in favor of doing any kind of organizing with them or helping them, and he wanted to have a face-off. And when he goes to Elijah Muhammad with Jeremiah X to discuss, this telegram and what do they want to do, he pretty much really wants to have kind of a face-off with them and nothing to do with them, but wants to confront them. And Elijah Muhammad, on the other hand, he sees what he wants to do. And I think it's important to also understand, again, context. What the civil rights groups are doing at that time in the 60s, this was in 1961, what the civil rights group, Martin Luther King and the civil rights group, particularly in Atlanta, are doing, and what the nation's doing, and what the Klans are doing. The civil rights group want desegregation, roll back those Jim Crow laws, get the Voters' Rights Act, passed. These are all things that they're working on. They had the bus boycott years before, which had successfully, worked on getting the buses integrated. And so they were working on integration. The Klansmen don't want integration. They're pro-segregation. So they look at the Nation of Islam, and Nation of Islam is Elijah Muhammad. He doesn't want to work, he don't want to deal with white people or mainstream America. He wants to have a separate state with their own laws, with access to water, and they don't want to vote. They don't want to work themselves into this society. And
yet they're marrying white people. Fair concern.
Maybe we can work together against the civil rights leaders and the groups and what they're doing. They felt threatened. They felt their world was threatened, and that's why you kind of have this. That's the context of it. So then Elijah Muhammad, who does want to have a separate state, he's saying, well, since the Klan is down in the South, we can they can either help us get land to set up our separate state, or if they won't do that, they can, we can have a relationship with them in which they don't harass us as we make our move around in the South, and set up our own businesses, our farms, and everything that they're trying to do. And that's what he was looking to do. And Malcolm, he didn't agree with that at all. He felt that this was setting up an unholy alliance. Right. But on the other hand, he wanted to have kind of impact on this meeting. So he agreed to stay in the meeting, but he didn't agree with it. And also, when they reported back after the meeting, this really starts to set up this separation from him. He starts to drift from Elijah Muhammad at this point because he doesn't agree with this. This is an unholy alliance, and and he doesn't feel good. And even later on in his life, the week before he died, he talks about that meeting and says he regrets his participation in it.
I remember telling your father once that I think I retained more of the autobiography of Malcolm X than any other book. But I don't recall Malcolm X writing about that in his autobiography, and certainly writing about the Klan suggestion that the Nation of Islam and the Klan worked together to assassinate Martin Luther King.
I saw the video.
He's right about that.
And it got deleted.
But he definitely mentioned it towards the end of his life. Yes, that book was written at the end of his life, but he was also, in the beginning, when he set up to write that book, he wanted it to promote the Nation of Elijah Muhammad and Nation of Islam. And then after he splits while writing this book, he wants to change, the direction of that, and that's how it becomes more his story. But also, that was also Alex Haley's goal. He always wanted to really Malcolm's story. He didn't want to do anything on the Nation of Islam. But
correct.
That was another scoop from your book.
Tell it, girl. Tell the truth. I've been saying it.
And how he became who he became to be. And part of that was the influence of his parents, who were very political. His father was a Garveyite. So can you explain how his youth, how his family helped him to become eventually Malcolm X?
Both of his parents were Garveyites. They actually met at a Universal Negro Improvement Association meeting in Montreal, and they were very much attracted to Garvey's principles of uplifting the Black race, building their own business, being self-reliant, and having Black pride. And they were both, attracted to that and wanting to build. And we're talking in like 1920s.
Right.
So, again, context, what's going on? Like 1919's Red Summer of Terror, where you have going around the country, these lynchings are going on of Black people where white people want to keep Black people in their place. And in Red Summer of Terror in particular was started because of the Black veterans coming back from World War I who were fighting for American liberties, freedom abroad, and then coming back home, again, realizing I fought for these freedoms, but yet I don't have them, so I should have these freedoms, and they're demanding them, and white people are just saying, we don't agree with this, and therefore using terrorism and to keep Black people in their place, and lynching and keep them fear, and keeping whites separate from Black, and not outside of the South. I mean, this is also in the Midwest. So Garveyism was in the 1920s. He was telling Black people to be proud of who you are. It's also interesting to me that when we talk about when you brought up the KKK meeting, we should also say that Garvey also met with the Klan,
right?
And there was he wrote an essay about his meeting with the Klan in Atlanta also, and that was in I think 1922, and he and his whole idea of that was he believed that the Klan was what white America was, and what they were the example of what white minds were, what the white mindset was. And he says, I'm not trying to negotiate with them. I think we need to think about setting up our own place in Africa even. So he was saying, white man wants to make America white, and Black, we should go to Africa and make that the black continent actually. So you still have that happening, and we talk about that in the book. So what was I talking about? The
influence of Garvey.
So the influence of Garvey. They were about building up their community. So his parents, what they would do as organizers, move out to the Midwest to places where Blacks were not organized, and they would organize. They would set up an organization there, and they would meet and organize, and encourage people to build up businesses and organize to support these businesses so that they could flourish in these towns. I wanted to read a little bit from the book, if I can.
Sure.
And just kind of about when we talk about the child life. This is when they were children, and this is really talking about Louise, the mother. So the story of Little Black Sambo, published this is actually from the chapter called The Anchor is Lost, and it's just before the father dies. The story of Little Black Sambo, published in 1899 by the British writer Helen Bannerman, was a standard children's reader at Pleasant Grove. The illustrations of the dark Indian child caused derisive snickering among whites, but the pickaninny slur, along with the unrestrained banding about of the term nigger, repulsed the little children who were taught at home to disparage such put-downs of the Black race. As the taunts escalated, it was their mother, Louise, who conditioned Malcolm and his siblings not to overreact to the racial slurs. We didn't like being called the nigger, Wilfred said, but we would try to downplay it. My mother always told us that you can handle racial slurs in a way where you can make them continue, or you can let them think they're not going to hurt you. They're not hurting you. She would give an example. If you're throwing darts at a dartboard, there's a satisfaction you get when you hit the target. When you miss it, you get another feeling. She said, it's the same with white people. When they're throwing darts at you by the things they say and do, but if they don't hit the target, then they won't get that satisfaction, and eventually they'll quit. And usually that's the way it works. This psychological training for resistance to racial provocation was conditioned into the behavior of young Malcolm and his siblings. Their behavior earned grudging respect among a growing number of whites in their neighborhood, despite, and in some cases, because of their adherence to Garveyism. So Garveyism, she taught it was in the household. Garvey also, had met with, with Wilfred with Earl Sr. and Louise. She was the recording secretary at a lot of those meetings, and she would take the minutes and those meetings. And he met with them, particularly during the time when he was getting into trouble with the law, in New York when they were going after him for the Black Star ship. That
he also wrote for a newspaper, correct?
She wrote for the newspaper, yeah.
Exactly.
And Earl Little is mentioned in a few of those articles. She talks about some of the meetings and that Earl had led and his activities in organizing it wherever they were at the time. So we talked about Garveyism was really a foundation for Malcolm that never left him, and the brothers. I mean, it was Garveyism that attracted. I'm getting a little ahead of it in the story, but attracted Wilfred to the Nation of Islam. While Malcolm was in jail. It's Wilfred who's looking, to do something, not just work. He's married, and he's looking for something to be involved with his community, and it's the Nation of Islam, and he's attracted to it because of their principles in Garveyism, and he realized this is an organization. He agreed with everything about the organization, but he saw that this was a group that he could grow with, and there was a younger component to it, and he wanted to organize, and he brought his siblings into it, and eventually they were able to bring Malcolm into it. And Malcolm, when he was in jail, of course, after he was hustling and doing the crimes, and he was serving 7 years in jail, he needs to pivot. He doesn't want to stay in jail. He wants to pivot into something else. This gives him something to pivot to, and
he became not only the spokesperson for the Nation of Islam, but he and others in the nation regarded Elijah Muhammad as like their spiritual father. They were willing to do everything, anything for him. So that relationship with Elijah, proved to be very influential in his life. But after a while, that relationship started to deteriorate, and Malcolm found himself moving away, I guess, emotionally from Elijah. And can you talk about that process? The book makes it clear that it was a process for Malcolm to come to grips with the fact that Elijah Muhammad wasn't the man he appeared to be.
Yeah, just to start off with, it was the father's death that really hurt Malcolm, right? And Malcolm also believing that his father was killed by the Klan, and he uses this throughout, when he's preaching and talking in the Klan, in the Nation of Islam, about how his father died. But he was close to his father, and when his father was no longer in his life, removing that anchor for him was made him keep wanting to search for that father figure, and Elijah Muhammad filled that void. So, and also keep in mind, he had drifted away from his family and their foundational values when he was in Lansing and Mason, becoming a teenager, and then going to Boston and getting into. I mean, he was smart, but he was also getting into the street life and becoming very involved with and working on the. Let's not forget, he also worked on the railroad, in which he got to see all the East Coast cities, Washington, D.C., Philly, New York, and going back up to Boston. So all of that is happening. And then while he's doing that, that's when he's hustling, as was everybody else at that time. And now he's pivoted into the Nation of Islam, and Elijah Muhammad is his father figure. But as I alluded to, started talking about with the KKK meeting, he is starting to outgrow, basically. It's what it comes down to. He's outgrowing this, because even though the Nation of Islam doesn't want to be involved, they want to have a separate state, Malcolm sees, his people as the 22 million Black people in America, and not all of them are in the nation, and he wants to see Black people in America flourish and thrive. And that means there are some Black people that aren't in the nation. He still wants to reach them. And so, so there are things that he wants to do. He wants to get more involved in the nation with the civil rights, what's going on with the civil rights movement, and having more to say on that. And Elijah Muhammad is always trying to like pull him away from that. Also, when he's preaching things like self-defense, somebody comes after you, you protect your family, you protect your women, you protect your children. But then when incidents happen, like when Hinton Johnson is beat up by the New York police in Harlem, or the temple in Louisiana, and as well as other temples that were invaded, and there was, problems with that. And, they're being invaded by the police and white society, and Malcolm wants to go back. Ronald Stokes was really kind of a huge, issue for this. Ronald Stokes was his friend out in California who was killed, when the police ran up into the temple, and that really hurt Malcolm, because Ronald Stokes was a stand-up Nation of Islam member man, and a good friend of Malcolm's, and
he was dissatisfied with Elijah's response.
He was not. Elijah was always saying, we cannot engage the police like that.
Right.
And Malcolm was angry about that. And he's like, I'm out here preaching self-defense, and then we're not even doing that. We're only, like that also. So he's feeling, that's a disagreement, this dissonance that's happening, and it's pulling away. And so to me, what I explain to people is that, a lot of people say, oh, it was the children, Elijah Muhammad's, his immorality. And I said, well, that was a part of it. There were mounting issues, and these issues that I'm bringing up, how, these negotiations, these incidents of what's happening, and how they're not defending themselves, among other things. I mean, there's also growing tension and jealousies building within the nation, because people are jealous of Malcolm and that he's out there. And people in the royal family, they feel that Malcolm's, going to threaten and try and take over the group from their father, and to outmaneuver them in their whatever their passing down what the leadership is going to be. I mean, there are a lot of things happening, that this was going on, and it was a process. So all of these things are happening, and it's growing, it's backing off. He's trying to work with people, but it's all happening, and it all comes to a head, and he ends up having to leave after he totally, he disobeys those orders of saying something, chicken's coming home to roost. But it was growing, it was mounting.
And before we go to questions from the audience, how about Malcolm's evolution away from the nation, and his going to Africa, and that influence, because that became a very important part of his post-nation life.
Yeah, I mean, when he leaves the nation, he's alone, but yet he still wants to organize. You need an organization. You can't fight this beast of racism and oppression anywhere by yourself. You do need an organization of people to help you, to get your word out, to support you, to represent you, as well as what you're saying, and getting other people, interested. And that's what he wanted to do in organizing. And so he focuses on, his taking the Hajj, and traveling. And also because he's now free, he's also meeting with members of the civil rights organizations like the SCLC Corps and others. And he's attending meetings where they're discussing what the next move is. And this is in, let's say, 1964. And there is a meeting where we talk about where he comes up with the idea of taking the civil rights fight to the international level and making it a human rights issue, and taking this to the United Nations. And in doing that, he also wants to go to and travel around the world and to gain support for this. And that's what he was doing, as well as organizing at home new organizations. He was a Sunni Muslim. He believed in Sunni Islam. He was going to have his Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which was going to be the Islamic arm of his. He wanted to keep that separate from the other social political grouping of the Organization for African American Unity, which he was modeling after the Organization African Unity. He went to the OAU conference in Cairo in 1964. He speaks there, and but it's all also learning, taking a Hajj, learning more, and studying, Islam, Orthodox Islam, being a Sunni Islam and Sunni Muslim, and also learning more, visiting these other countries and learning more about what's going on in these countries, and how it's being practiced. And he sees a lot. So he's really drumming up support. He goes to Africa, he goes to Ghana, again, he gets to meet with different leaders, and it's all because he's trying to meet with them, build up a relationship between Black Americans here, African Americans here, and the continent, as well as gain support for our issues to be taken to the United Nations as a human rights issue. That America is violating our human rights.
One more question before we open it up, and that has to do, this gets back to some of the incredible detail and reporting in the book, and it has to do with his assassination. It's really a blow-by-blow account, much of it furnished by an undercover New York police officer who had infiltrated the nation and was actually one of Malcolm's bodyguards. And the detail is so gripping down to Malcolm's last breath. It's really an incredible recounting of that story. The detail in that was so graphic, and I guess that came from the kind of intricate reporting that your father did, and I guess largely from the account of this police officer.
Yeah, the police officer, but you also have a lot of people who are on the scene, like Yuri Kuchiyama, James 67, Benjamin Kareem. They're all contributing their perspective of what happened in that story, in that incident, in that time, because it's not just that day. Gene Roberts, who's the undercover police officer, he was part of the security force for a while, right?
And he talks about a trial run on this assassination before it actually happened.
Right, and you can hear it. I mean, there is this speech where you can actually listen to it, and you do hear what we're talking about in the book. If you look,
just so that I won't forget to mention this, that's why I'm stopping it right now. To know that this is all a enemy demonic type base of people that we're dealing with. We see the same scene twice. The night that the morning or time that Malcolm was executed at the Audubon, they had a scheduled dance that night, not for Malcolm, but a party, already an event scheduled for that night. And in the midst of all the scene, they still had their event. And I'm thinking it was a white dance, a white event. So they went the same night, went to that dance. I found that ironic because Whitney Houston, they kept her dead body in that hotel room and continued on with the pre-Emmy, pre-Grammy award celebration. Who does that? No respect. No moral grounding. I apologize. Damn.
Listen to it, but it's also even in the transcription in the book. It's one of the final speeches from the week before, and Malcolm is killed, and it's chilling when you realize what is going on. It's just chilling. But Dad interviewed, and he was determined also to find out, what happened from who planned this out. He was tenacious. Was tenacious on this. He spoke with people in Newark. He spoke who were on the Goon Squad, who broke down how it was planned. This is frightening stuff.
That's true. Well, I have more questions, but let's go to some of the questions from the audience, and I'll say, as indicated earlier, if you have any questions, you can put them in the Q&A box down at the bottom of the screen. One question for you, Tammy: has it been a challenge to move from being?
I was talking, so let me make sure I didn't. I know I missed it. Make sure you didn't when you should start to talk about the murder.
Members of the civil rights organizations like the SCLC Corps and others, and he's attending meetings where they're discussing what the next move is. And this is in, let's say, 1964, and there is a meeting where we talk about where he comes up with the idea of taking the civil rights fight to the international level and making it a human rights issue and taking this to the United Nations. And in doing that, he also wants to go to and travel around the world and to gain support for this. And that's what he was doing, as well as organizing at home new organizations. He was a Sunni Muslim. He believed in Sunni Islam. He was going to have his Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which was going to be the Islamic arm of his. He wanted to keep that separate from the other, social political grouping of the Organization for African American Unity, which he was modeling after the Organization African Unity. He went to the OAU conference in Cairo in 1964. He speaks there, and but it's all also, learning, taking the Hajj, learning more, and studying, Islam, Orthodox Islam, being a Sunni Islam and Sunni Muslim, and also learning more, visiting these other countries and learning more about what's going on in these countries, and how it's being practiced. And he sees a lot. So he's really drumming up support. He goes to Africa, he goes to Ghana, again, he gets to meet with different leaders, and it's all because he's trying to meet with them, build up a relationship between Black Americans here, African Americans here, and the continent, as well as gain support for our issues to be taken to the United Nations as a human rights issue. That America is violating our human rights.
One more question before we open it up, and that has to do, this gets back to some of the incredible detail and reporting in the book, and it has to do with his assassination. It's really a blow-by-blow account, much of it furnished by an undercover New York police officer who had infiltrated the nation and was actually one of Malcolm's bodyguards. And the detail is so gripping, down to Malcolm's last breath. It's really an incredible recounting of that story. The detail in that was so graphic, and I guess that came from the kind of intricate reporting that your father did, and I guess largely from the account of this police officer.
You have the police officer, but you also have a lot of people who are on the scene, like Yuri Kuchiyama, James 67, Benjamin Kareem. They're all contributing their perspective of what happened in that story, in that incident, in that time, because it's not just that day. Gene Roberts, who's the undercover police officer, he was part of the security force for a while, right?
And he talks about a trial run on this assassination before it actually happened.
Right, and you can hear it. There is this speech where you can actually listen to it, and you do hear what we're talking about in the book. If you listen to it, but it's also even in the transcription in the book. It's one of the final speeches from the week before, and Malcolm is killed, and it's chilling when you realize what is going on. It's just chilling. But Dad interviewed, and he was determined also to find out, what happened from, who planned this out. He was tenacious. Was tenacious on this. He spoke with people in Newark. He spoke who were on the Goon Squad, who broke down how it was planned. This is frightening stuff.
That's true.
You know.
He
Well,
spoke
I have
with the
more
Goon
questions, but let's
Squad.
go to some of the
Didn't I
questions
just call
from
them the
from
Goon
the
Squad?
audience. And I'll say, as indicated earlier, if you have any questions, you can put them in the Q&A box down at the bottom of the screen. One question for you, Tammy. Has it been a challenge to move from being a researcher, working on the book and in the background, to being a co-author with your father and in the forefront of this effort? And how have you been received by the public and the literary world?
I think that second part still remains to be seen. This just came out this week. But Dad and I worked on this together. I mean, yes, I was his research, but I was also his confidant. And when he really talked to me about what he was thinking about and how he saw the shaping of this book. And I always felt more than just a researcher. I felt like I was a partner all along. So that's why I'm very intimately, involved with this, because I was on there from day one. I was there when he, said, okay, I think this is when we're going to do this meeting. I write about that in the introduction when we had the meeting with Faith Childs. And, she was a family friend, and we were just talking, and we were talking about what's going on. And Dad said, and he was still processing these interviews he had with Filbert and Wilfred. He said, I think I'm going to do this. And it was, it was kind of shocking. And I went back, when I came back from China, even after that, I was home for the holidays, but then I came back permanently the summer later. And we were just kind of jumped into this, working on getting this story. And it was exciting because meeting, I was in charge of also getting to these people, or finding out who these people are and trying to find them. And, and we were, while in the earlier days, you could say we were working on it, but like Dad was still working at Newsday. He didn't stop his day job at Newsday. And that was many positions. I mean, he was a columnist, he was a manager, he was sending, reporters off to cover all these stories, Bosnia, all these stories that were going on at the time. And he's covering that. He's highly involved with that and loving it. He's also doing Sunday Edition. He's working still also with NABJ, and even started the Crowder Group in this. And so we were working very closely together on this. And what it was that we already had a close relationship. It deepened during this. And so when he passed in 2018, unexpectedly, it was just devastating for me, because I miss my dad. I mean, we were so close, and just, and pretty much the manuscript was finished, but we were already in editing stages. And, but he was
I don't even know what they look like. I'm sitting up here letting y'all watch it.
And I was helping him at, full time at that point. And when he passed, I mean, I have to say, my mother and my brothers, they helped support me and taking on this and making sure that I had everything I needed to stay committed to this full time to get this published. We had Norton, they had signed on with Dad, and they, they were convinced that this is important enough to continue on, and we worked for it. So yes, it was challenging. But, it was a worthwhile challenge. And to me, there was no way I could not finish Dad's project and not have his life's work out there.
Right. The next question is picking up from what you mentioned regarding Malcolm's push for a human rights lens. Can you speak to how Malcolm's thinking and actions were the basis for unifying allies across racial divides and internationalizing the Black struggle in America? In particular, how he influenced the Asian community in the U.S. and internationally.
At the time, I mean, with the Asian community, it was interesting because it depends on, which Asians we're talking about too. Like, there was a woman, Yuri Kuchiyama, who joined the Organization for Afro-American Unity, specifically because she respected Malcolm and she appreciated what Malcolm was doing. But what Malcolm, during those last years, you're traveling, and he gets to travel, and he sees what's going on out there in the world firsthand. He doesn't necessarily always he understands what he's read, he's studied, but when you're traveling to, you don't fully understand what, all of the nuances are of these situations. And so what he was opening to was people talking to him, and he's listening to him, he's having these conversations. And it's changing his mind in the sense that people who don't look like Black people are identifying with the Black struggle in America. And there's something to say for that. And what he was doing, he was listening to that, and he was changing, with those stories. But what he was also saying is that I need to also make sure I understand what's going on. And these people, I'm listening to them, and they have to prove to me who they are. Because if their fights are only about what they want to do in their own country and not help, our cause, there are going to be tensions and issues. But if they're going to support us, and if we support them and we can be allies, we have to, and not help, our cause, there are going to be tensions and issues. But if they're going to support us, and if we support them and we can be allies, we have to see how that goes. But he's cut down before all of that is really completed. He's in the process of doing that. That is that shift that he's doing at that time. He's internationalizing our issues. And I'd like to read a little bit from this appendix that we have in here. There was a questionnaire that the Islamic Center Geneva had sent him, and they sent him like a few questions to ask him. And one of the questions they asked him is it true, even after you break away from Elijah Muhammad, you still hold the Black color as a main base and dogma for your drive under the banner of liberation in the United States? How could you, a man of your spirit, intellect, and worldwide outlook, fail to see in Islam its main characteristic from the earliest days as its message that confirms beyond doubt that ethnological oneness and quality of all races, thus striking at the very root of the monstrosity of discrimination. Endless are the texts of the Quran and prophetic sayings to this effect, and nothing would testify to that more than the historic fact that heterogeneous races, nations, and linguistic entities have always mingled peacefully in the homeland. And that was their question. And his answer was, as a Black American, I do feel that my first priority is to my 22 million fellow Black Americans who suffer the same indignities because of their color as I do. I don't believe my own personal problem is ever solved until the problem is solved for all 22 million of us. Much to my dismay, until now, the Muslim world has seemed to ignore the problem of Black Americans, and most Muslims who come here from the Muslim world have concentrated more effort in trying to convert white Americans than Black Americans. And I just want to say, like, when we talk about, yes, he was changing, but he still was fighting for the cause of Black Americans.
That's right. Another question: what part of Malcolm's persona impressed your dad the most?
I mean, what Dad learned so much from him as far as, the constant studying and reading everything, when he was reading that.
Only because I don't want to forget it. When asked, or if I was asked, what was the most powerful statement? And look, I didn't have to listen to all Malcolm's speeches, because I have not. Just, the ones I've heard, and right on. That's all I just, whatever. His most powerful statement that meant the most for me and you as Black people was when he rejected the respect of the white man, or the respect from the white man, when he told them, until you're able to respect all and give all my people the respect they're due, don't respect me. That's the most powerful thing I've heard. That was most evidence of his standing and who he stood for. So it wasn't the limelight. It wasn't the shine that everybody was so jealous, because evidently that's what they wanted. He had the white people. It's like, I don't want your respect if you can't respect every one of my people. Just putting that in there because, you know, I drift and forget to say stuff. Here we go. Find my little video. Come on, honey. Jesus. Sorry.
In the autobiography, how Malcolm read everything. I mean, Dad also read everything. I mean, as you know from your own conversations, how Dad, you know, one of his biggest influences is H.L. Mencken.
That's right.
And, you know, an iconoclast. And what he liked about H.L. Mencken was he was an iconoclast. And he modeled a lot of his writing after Mencken. And Mencken is, yes, everybody says he's a racist, but he's also an iconoclast. And Dad took that from Mencken and learned that from Mencken and applied it to his craft. And, you know, and that's what he was picking up from Malcolm. You know, you read everything to improve yourself. You experience everything to improve yourself. And he really appreciated, most of all, his analysis. I mean, the reason why he would play Malcolm for us, you know, every weekend, you know, was because he wanted us to really hear this language about what we're experiencing. And this was during the 70s and 80s where it didn't resonate as much when we were, I mean, I was at the time 10 years old and even younger, listening to it. It wasn't necessarily resonating because we're talking about rehab integration, we have these opportunities. But as we got older and because we had already heard it and we knew it and we were working in the world, we saw it. And we were like, Malcolm was so right. And Dad really appreciated that. That's one of the things we really respected about him.
Now, it might be too early to answer this question. What has been the reaction to the book by members of Malcolm's immediate family, like his daughters?
I don't know.
Perhaps they haven't had a chance to read it since it just came out.
Yeah.
Another question. Can we expect you to pen the biography of your dad? That's what's so important to many Black journalists. You always encourage us to be brave, but also to be good journalists, good writers, and researchers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already just been going through his files now and his papers, and it's I definitely want to do some projects on that. So yeah, eventually I will be doing some projects. I'm not sure exactly, you know, if it'll be a full-fledged biography, but I am definitely thinking about that.
Well, one interesting thing, I guess, about his biography, I guess, is when your dad first heard Malcolm in Hartford, Connecticut, how that really changed his life.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, it's really interesting when we talk about like all these terms that, you know, here in America as Black people have changed these different, you know, terms that we embrace, right? Colored, Negro, Black, African-American, Afro-American at one point, because at the end of Malcolm's life, Blacks were embracing Afro-American. And, you know, but he was very instrumental in getting Black people in America to embrace Black. And that also, you know, as I read to you, it didn't come from Elijah Muhammad, it came from his mother, and from the Garveyite principles. And, Thank you. Dad, when he went to see Malcolm speak in Hartford, you know, he was interested. And it's funny, also, my Uncle John was there. I found out recently that my Uncle John was there, and he didn't know that my father was there. But it was an important moment for my father because Malcolm spoke about Negro. A lot of Blacks had embraced the term Negro, and Malcolm.
Yeah, I'm gonna be mad, but did she just say her father was instrumental in changing? You know, we went from nigger to Negro to Afro-American to Black.
In the nation, because I listened to some of his doubt that ethnological oneness and quality of all races, thus striking at the very root of the of the monstrosity of discrimination.
Yes.
Endless are the texts of the Quran and prophetic sayings to this effect, and nothing would testify to that more than the historic fact that heterogeneous races, nations, and linguistic entities have always mingled peacefully in the homeland. And that was their question. And his answer was, as a Black American, I do feel that my first priority is to my 22 million fellow Black Americans who suffer the same indignities because of their color as I do. I don't believe my own personal problem is ever solved until the problem is solved for all 22 million of us. Much to my dismay, until now, the Muslim world has seemed to ignore the problem of Black Americans, and most Muslims who come here from the Muslim world have concentrated more effort in trying to convert white Americans than Black Americans. And I just want to say, like, when we talk about, yes, he was changing, but he still was fighting for the cause of Black Americans.
That's right. Another question. What part of Malcolm's persona impressed your dad the most?
I mean, what Dad learned so much from him as far as, the constant studying and reading everything. When he was reading that in the autobiography, how Malcolm read everything. I mean, Dad also read everything. I mean, as you know from your own conversations, how Dad, one of his biggest influences is H.L. Mencken.
That's right.
And, an iconoclast. And what he liked about H.L. Mencken was he was an iconoclast. And he modeled a lot of his writing after Mencken. And Mencken is, yes, everybody says he's a racist, but he's also an iconoclast. And Dad took that from Mencken and learned that from Mencken and applied it to his craft. And, and that's what he was picking up from Malcolm. You read everything to improve yourself. You experience everything to improve yourself. And he really appreciated, most of all, his analysis. I mean, the reason why he would play Malcolm for us, every weekend, was because he wanted us to really hear this language about what we're experiencing. And this was during the 70s and 80s where it didn't resonate as much when we were, I was at the time 10 years old and even younger, listening to it. It wasn't necessarily resonating because we're talking about we have integration, we have these opportunities. But as we got older and because we had already heard it and we knew it and we were working in the world, we saw it. And we were like, Malcolm was so right. And Dad really appreciated that. That's one of the things he really respected about him.
Now, it might be too early to answer this question. What has been the reaction to the book by members of Malcolm's immediate family, like his daughters?
I don't know.
Perhaps they haven't had a chance to read it since it just came out.
Yeah.
Another question. Can we expect you to pen the biography of your dad? That's what's so important to many Black journalists. You always encourage us to be brave, but also to be good journalists, good writers, and researchers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already just been going through his files now and his papers, and it's I definitely want to do some projects on that. So yeah, eventually I will be doing some projects. I'm not sure exactly, if it'll be a full-fledged biography, but I am definitely thinking about that.
Well, one interesting thing, I guess, about his biography, I guess, is when your dad first heard Malcolm, Hartford, Connecticut, how that really changed his life.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really interesting when we talk about like all these terms that we here in America as Black people have changed these different terms that we embrace, right? Colored, Negro, Black, African American, Afro American at one point, because at the end of Malcolm's life, Blacks were embracing Afro American, and but he was very instrumental in getting Black people in America to embrace Black, and that also, as I read to you, it didn't come from Elijah Muhammad, it came from his mother, who was from the Garveyite principles. And, Dad, when he went to see Malcolm speak in Hartford, he was interested. And it's funny, also, my Uncle John was there. I found out recently that my Uncle John was there, and he didn't know that my father was there. But it was an important moment for my father because Malcolm spoke about Negro. A lot of blacks had embraced the term Negro, and Malcolm wanted to use black, and he would switch between the terms in his speeches wherever he spoke. It wasn't just at this one; it was wherever he spoke. Even in the Nation, because I listened to some of his lectures from the Nation where he's flipping between these terms. But in this particular lecture, he says, some of you out there don't like the term black. You're uncomfortable that you want to be called Negro, but what does Negro mean? But black in Spanish. So what you're telling me is I can call you black in another language, but I can't call you black in the language you speak.
True, it sure is. That is Spanish.
A lightning strike for Dad. And then it made him really think about the relationships that blacks have with white people from when he grew up in the South and in Hartford.
So we're gonna let the Spanish name
us. He said that most white people never felt threatened by black people or saw them as equals, and black people,
the most despised. Let's just do that.
Anything, but realistically, at that time, all he saw were they would be janitors, they were farmers, but they never were landowners. And forget being president of the United States. I mean, I'm really happy that both my parents, got to see Barack Obama's presidency. I mean, people can say what he did. You can analyze that. He has a book coming out next month, but and that can be analyzed till the end of time. But I think it's really important that my parents saw that, because that adds, another layer to what black people are able to aspire to and to do, and how they're able to work within and outside of the system.
I know that we were determined to go to his first inauguration, no matter how cold it was. And I'm telling you, it was very cold, but it was worth it.
I like to mention one thing too, that you and Dad, through the Trotter Group, met with Barack Obama.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I recall that meeting very well. The Trotter Group is very important. As I mentioned before, it's an organization of black columnists, and our conferences were very, very informative. Your dad was one of three founders, along with Dwayne Wickham and Derek Jackson. Here's a question.
You guys there.
Sorry, say it again.
I was working with you guys there too.
Absolutely, no question about it. And here's a question about you specifically. Given that your book publishing debut is a powerful finished product that brings closure to your father's legacy, what works do you dream about writing in the future as you build your own reputation? What current works and authors out now resonate with you?
I'm a huge fan of Roxane Gay as an essayist, but past people, my favorite writers is Zora Neale Hurston and Audre Lorde, as also an essayist. Poet, everything that Audre Lorde did, but I think what's going on out there is so exciting. I haven't really, there are ideas that I'm working on, and I haven't fully fleshed them out yet. They will over time, but right now I'm really just focused on promoting this book. It's important because this is, it's my father's life's work, and I just really wanted his voice out there. The way it was, the way you and Dwayne and my mom and my uncles, they remember his voice. It's really important to me that happened. And then, as we go through this, then we'll see what happens with the future.
What do you think is the most important takeaway from this book?
It's important, I think, that people see Malcolm has a lineage. He has a family. There was a world he was born into. He's usually presented to us in a vacuum, and this fills in that picture. See him, through the autobiography, he's fully formed, and he dies before the autobiography is even published. But what we really get to see here is, how he was growing up, who he was with his siblings, what he was like as a child, but also and how that impacts us. Our family lives do impact us throughout our lives and everything that we do. And we never really had that story, and certainly not this richly before this book. And I think that's really important.
Well, I think we have time for one more question from the audience. This one says, I saw a letter he wrote to his cousin that explained how he was at fault with spitting bad comments about Black women to Black men and how he needed to undo it. Can you explain, or is it explained in the book, how his relations with Black women changed as he determined he needed to reach that population on another level?
I mean, depending what phase are we talking about too, and what exactly we're talking about. I'm not familiar right now with that letter that he's talking about, but Malcolm definitely did evolve on women. When he was growing up and his hustling days, and he writes about that in his autobiography about particularly women prostitutes and how they were towards men, and women tend to castrate men, and he was derogatory towards women during his earlier years. But I would also say that he was younger, and he was a teenager actually during those days of his hustling days in Harlem. But in evolving, and again, if you look at the appendix in the questionnaire, we do talk a little bit about it, but it's also the people that he's surrounded by. When he builds up the temple in Harlem, in Hartford rather, he's very protective, of the women, and how he talks about men and how they have to be protective of women, and you do see that. But in this questionnaire, you'll see in the appendix, it's important also to say that, what he says, and I'll read a little bit, I'm not going to read the whole question, but his take on at the end of his life was that these Muslim countries need to educate their women. And if they don't, they'll be backwards. With a country that doesn't educate its women, a country is only as advanced as its women are. And so at the end of his life, that's what he was thinking.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It looks like we're just about out of time. So I'll pass it back to Politics and Prose. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both for such an incredible conversation. I think we all really learned a lot and got a lot out of this. Again, the book is called The Dead Are Arising, and you can purchase it through a link in the chat from Politics and Prose's website. And again, just want to thank you all for joining us. We want to thank you for your questions, and to thank Tamara and Joe for an excellent conversation. And,
thank you.
And we will see you again next time on Politics and Prose Live.
All right. So I'm going to take a minute and go back. Well, all right. Class still in session, right? Let's see. One thing I want to make clear, because, it is like when they portray Malcolm as this pimp hustler, you see him as a full-grown man, because we don't see him in his teenage years, right? And so you still have this image of Malcolm as a, in front, representing the Nation of Islam, and then that's the only face you can see as being a pimp and hustler. You don't think of his age when he was doing those things. So, think back when you were a teenager, I guess. What were you doing that wasn't so? Okay, let's find out. I'm just not going to text. What age did Malcolm X go to prison? I said, oh, okay. So at age 20, Malcolm is sent to jail, and so basically the point being that he done it. Okay, so check this out. Move. Or was that the date? May 19th. Did I get that wrong? Oh, yeah, the 20th at age 20. I'm sorry, guys. Or guy, whoever. Oh man, come on. Well, it gives you the breakdown right here. So let's just go through the dates. Okay, 1925, May 19th is when Malcolm was born. 1926, the Littles leave Omaha, move to Milwaukee. 1928, the Littles move again, this time to Lansing, Michigan, settling in a white neighborhood. They are sued for eviction, like she was talking about, on the basis of that restrictive covenant, preventing the house being sold to any non-Caucasian. November 7th, the Littles' house is burned to the ground. In December, Earl Little moves his family to East Lansing and builds a new home there. So they were flourishing enough to move around and and build their homes and stuff, being of Garveyites that they were. So they had the installation of doing for self, and being independent, separate from white America and the KKK. Just for all right, 1938. All right, 1939. They're placed in foster homes. 1940. Malcolm goes visit his sister. 1941, she gets custody of him. I'm sorry. I've been playing this move too, because Malcolm, he was coming from the Garveyites, Garvey Knight and Steele. He wasn't trying to fight for the white man. Is they crazy? And so in October 1943, Malcolm, who has responded to his draft notice by loudly proclaiming that he This is Malcolm X, young Pharaoh. If you want to know who he is. Okay. October 25th, 1943. Malcolm, who has responded to his draft notice by loudly proclaiming that he wants to fight for the Japanese and kill whites, is found mentally unfit for military service and classified as a 4F. Stand up. That's what he wants. That's what he'll do. You want to know what he'll do? The Garvey Knight, and you got Michael Brown, Philip Philando Castro, Sandra Bland, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, George Floyd, whatever y'all talking about, Mike Brown, John Crawford. See, in our city, we got dead detectives up in this motherfucker. That's how the streets roll around here. They have hour-long bus rides just to get downtown because the procession for the dead detectives murdered in this bitch. Excuse me. So that's how Malcolm. That's what Malcolm would do today. I don't think he'll be playing a violin. He'll be ready to get to that action. So let me stop before yeah, let me stop before I go on. Let me go on and hit these highlight points. So that KKK meeting. Now, I actually literally, somebody was recording. And I remember I said, I've been on here for 5 years slamming him with the evidence y'all just now bringing up. Except I didn't have that one of Elijah flat out lying to you guys saying he didn't screw anyone. But that particular conversation with the FBI, I heard it. And it was asking him to deliver Martin Luther King, set him up with the address. And Malcolm was like, I mean, they like him, but I'm not going against my brother. That's Malcolm. And when he took that to Elijah, saying, let's get with these motherfuckers, because I ain't down with that, nigga. They done beheaded my dad on the railroad tracks. They done burnt us up out of our house, moving us across the land, bitch. I know these motherfuckers personally. Let me stop. He knew them personally. He knew them well. Intimately. They intimately killed his daddy. They intimately burnt his house down. See, Elijah was working. He was a sharecropper, trading in his little, however the sharecropping thing goes. You know, you sharecrop and get a little piece of it. I don't know. You know, working for the man, splitting the profits with him, with most of the labor on his back. You know how it goes. Pass me the tea. Was it pass me the tea, Claire? You know. So that's how it initiated. Like I said, I didn't know that. Someone handed Malcolm a telegram when Malcolm was in Atlanta. So he was touching down in Atlanta. Probably why what's his name? Elijah sent him there, hoping he'll get, I was just trying to use something. Well, I know he a big mouth. They go down there. Yeah, they'll probably slang him, or we can claim, yeah, they want to fuck with Islam, and then they want us, whatever shit he had set up with the KKK and this man to, like he said, that's what I said, for him to get a pass, Somebody please tell me where the loyalty is to your black ass. Because you're going to join their little team, their little mob squad that is really bending over for the white motherfucker. Let them stick their dick straight up their ass. Let's keep it bold and beautiful in this bitch. So my question all the way back then was, when you kill Malcolm, no, before you killed Malcolm. See, Malcolm remembered that request that the KKK asked of him, so that when he was away from the clutches of the NOI, he sent a telegraph back to they bitch ass to say, remember that conversation we had? Well, I'm no longer under the belly of Elijah. So I'm telling you now, you touch my brother, and I'm going to bring the pain. That's what the fuck he said. Get on your scholarly and get that shit. Because, bitch, I was pulling it up. And evidently, y'all wasn't scholaring enough. Because this fresh face that ain't never been on social media was all in Google trying to find my answers. And boy, when they was popping up, they was deleting them. Bitch. I noticed. Can't find that video with the exact same offering of Martin Luther King head to Malcolm. Can't find that telegraph that Malcolm sent to someone in the KKK to say, you touch my brother, I'm not under them motherfuckers no more. I will smoke your ass. It wasn't no polite language. Excuse me, sir. Hi, this is Malcolm, and I would just humbly like to come to you. Bitch, shut the fuck up. He had his goddamn family. His daddy was murdered, bitch. How dare you have him? The disrespect in that. Why didn't you send one of them other little ministers up there? That only heard about racism. They ain't had no, immediate interaction with him. Somebody like me, the bitches wouldn't call him. They wasn't crazy enough to call me no nigga. Hearing the report, because that news traveled fast and far, bitch. Not that one. Hold your tongue. Because, bitch, she don't give a fuck. She won't fucking stab any one of y'all motherfuckers in this bitch. So, I wanted that clear. I also thought it was more than, I spoke on this before on other pages that I can't get into, so I apologize. But if I had to go through the ones I can remember, I do, it's for a few I can. And if I can go in there and touch, hey, do y'all remember me from any other page? What page? I'll go there. Man, I was blowing shit up on that motherfucker. And what I said was that it wasn't just simply the immoral practices like the lady pointed out. It was, you saw some punk shit. Because see, that's how I kept saying. I said, see, this is how me and Malcolm came in. Okay? We knew what it was before we got there. Like I knew what it was before I got knowing of the Nation of Islam in 2015. So evidently it wasn't that fucking thunder that I heard it. Okay. But anyway, and it wasn't a picture of them in my house, my dad's house. So that in itself is an indication of who the fuck you're not. What impression was made not there. Because he had great big photos of Martin Luther King and the exact same large photo of Malcolm X. I didn't see Elijah in that bitch anywhere. And so if you were an impressive person, you would be there. That's my point. Fighting for something for the people, you would be there. Promise. He was all into Dick Gregory too. Probably he didn't learn until he was sucking Elijah dick that he, probably dad was like, another lost one. Fuck my daddy, bitch. Another heinous act in this motherfucking bitch. Promise you. So what I was pointing out, I apologize. What I was pointing out was that it wasn't just the moral shit. Like I said, Malcolm was about that though. Now, he was about that. So he wanted Elijah not to integrate for I can't remember what term money is. You have an offer and an acceptance. You have an offer and acceptance and in a contract, and the one exchange, is money, or it could be just a contract, imply whatever, to do something. But anyway, Malcolm did not want to go into any negotiations point blank with the KKK, point blank. And Elijah's like, now, Malcolm, now. We can't, no, Malcolm, we need to be able to move freely. We need to get these lands up and running. He was afraid of death, and he died anyway. That's why they still trying to make y'all believe he into space. In itself, everyone's entitled to get to freedom however they fit for them. Okay? My point is, I guess the next question would be to find, I think that was in 1961, if I'm not mistaken, that she was saying that Malcolm met with the KKK under Elijah Muhammad's instruction. So 30 to 34 was FARD. He had to get all that shit up and running. I'm not sure exactly when Elijah got it started, the Black Nation of Islam. When the first day of full in effect, full operation begun. So apparently, I'm just going to say 40, just to give it a round number. 1940, I want to say, I should Google it, and I will. Well, I will now. All right. This might tell me. Okay, this will tell me. Okay, so in 1944, Malcolm has his first run-in with the courts. He is sentenced to 4 months in jail and 1 year probation. 1945, Malcolm moves back to Boston. He goes on a stealing spree with his Black friend and 3 white women, one of whom he was dating. 1996, and to speak on it, them little white little fiends was out there doing everything, and you know how to hit the streets hustle, and you know how it rolled. But at no time whatsoever was a Black woman pimping nothing. She was getting pimped. Y'all niggas simping. That's where that word come from. You're simping, sucking, and ain't getting nothing in return, nigga. But a white face and a pale coochie, nigga. Right, you simping, you sucking pussy, nigga. That was pimping when pimping was pimping, nigga. So yeah, he was pimping them hoes like they was supposed to be, like they was doing on my block and in my streets, nigga. When no white bitch coming around ever, bitch. She would have got her ass beat the rock down, nigga. Bitch, you talking to? No, I wasn't raised in those streets like that when their white bitch came up there talking nothing crazy. You're a Black woman too, bitch. Is you sick? Niggas. And you know how niggas will be like, bitch, you shouldn't have said that. If I walked in there and just beat down, like they did in Orlando, Tampa. White bitch want to exercise her little privilege. Want to walk and tell security that I don't know what I said to her. If she bumped at me, and I might have been like, bitch, watch your step, hoe. So I don't know. Whatever, she went and reported it to security. So, she She gonna put the police on me? Is this how? And I got a house arrest bracelet on my foot, bitch. Because I'm out the house because I just heard on the news that the cop shot somebody down in Florida talking about they thought that 7-Up bottle was a motherfucking pistol. That would have been 1990, I don't know, 2. I got my little, which kind of thing, background check. I need to look that up. What charge was that? That might have been the great bodily harm. But anyway, so she gonna tell the security, I watched you go sit down. See, this is how the niggas do it. The Shrill Street. They'll jump up and defend it, they'll crack. I said, is this? She sat down with a whole table full of niggas. Is this any of y'all bitch? Didn't nobody say shit. Wrong timing, bitch. Y'all better be y'all damn lucky, bitch. Whomever I'm shouting out distasteful. You wasn't there with my boy. My blood was boiling, bitch. Wasn't no top on it. See, and they weren't like, let me give you a contrast in that. I'm in a store downtown, anyway, in the little Airblue stores right there by the bus hub. So here come a little white, nasty looking motherfucker with a dog looking just as nasty. And I don't buy food in that motherfucker. You know how they got the little refrigerator things you open, they got all kind of little stuff. Bitch, I wish I would. Oh, I might have been trying to find me some popcorn, one of them smart food popcorn things, some Cheetos, something like that. I would never buy nothing out of there. However, so that really wasn't my business to care. But when I can't call them Arab, whatever nationality they are, it's like, hey man, get out of here with the store. Here come a black bitch. Now she works on with the Greyhound, with the RTA bus, with her little jacket on. He can't see. I said, look, man, don't nobody care. But see, so why would you anyway? It's 2021. Why are you giving a fuck about that white man and his fucking dog if he got the right to be in this bitch? Spreading his fucking gunk all over the place in this close-ass motherfucker, though. See, you're the problem. That's what I told her. Why you even, see, that's the problem. Why do you care about that white greasy grabbing? I wouldn't give a fuck if he was high step walking in that motherfucker. That would have been even better to say, see, that's the contrast. When y'all young youths come up, you can't appreciate a G. Go. Think you guys know it all. And ain't experienced shit out here. So that's the contrast. So who am I? I am Malcolm. Up to the point of you. Now, the banana in the tailpipe, explosive in the tailpipe has already been clear. And if that wasn't clear enough, the man said that he was being sent to come kill him. Everybody had to go. You can't trust no brother, evidently, because them motherfuckers stayed over there with Farrakhan sucking his dick in their brother death. And then I did go back and see them kind of recant and change it around. Like they had it written out. That's how he tried to explain it. They had it written out for him what to say, and he didn't know what it was he was going to be reading. I seen all that. So why I feel what I feel, bitch, it ain't hearsay, it ain't not researching. Bitch, I done done it. The little points y'all came up too late, and I didn't know about saving receipts. And if I posted it, my post would have been my receipt. But me not realizing, oh, well, when you get your phone number changed, and oh, and you can't get back in because you use that, and oh, fuck, I can't get back into my page. I had a vast amount of pages burning their ass up with real shit. Not, oh, Elijah fucking little girls. Y'all making that the hot spot, bitch. I got in and I saw it. I want to see how far this guy went in, because it sounds like shit. He didn't got to the goon squad and everybody. So let's be careful. Whoever watching this that might be watching to report, because you know I go deep. See what I done sprung up. What God has arisen, motherfucker, is the name of the book. So as said, whatever's in it, God gonna let it beat off. Because God always said the truth will come to light, bitch. And I believe in that. I've seen too much truth uncovered. And jealousy is not a reason. That's why I said it ain't a nigga on the planet, bitch. I'll kill a bitch over. But if that bitch come over here disrespecting me, she can get got. Just on GP, bitch, do you know who the fuck you talking to, bitch? It sure won't be for the dick. Because God had made more than those. More than one, bitch. I don't even marry for the dick, bitch. You can be a sad fuck motherfucker, but if I love you, oh well. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it to doing something. Come on, baby. I love you. We're gonna work with that little thing. It's all about the heart, nigga. It's all about the heart, nigga. You get the love when you get the loyalty when you get the heart, nigga. Fuck you. You stop on this, bitch. You act like this ain't shit. Fuck you, nigga. Bitch, because this heart is special, motherfucker. Bitch. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right. So, like I was saying, it was more than just him manipulating. Lynette, oh, she's passed. Evelyn and the rest of the crew, you're not whores, ladies. I apologize for calling you that. That man preyed on y'all. I saw in the FBI reading where there's a lot of stuff they blur out and shit. I seen that how he referred to y'all as far as getting a little honey, getting a little sugar, getting a little, however he got, I don't know what exactly, but I know what the fuck I'm reading too. And he's like, summons the meat. God damn it. You need him a little honey tonight. No honey was in there. It was some term he used. I didn't screenshot shit. I had no idea. I went on. I had no idea. See, YouTube would have been permanent record. You know what I mean? Facebook, you get out of lose a lose a page or a password, you're done. I notice now they won't. Well, I think I can delete. All right. So anyway, so it was not so much about that. That was just an element of it. It started with the KKK. Elijah was, you're right. Malcolm was looking funny at you. Something's not right here. Next, his friend, Ronald Jones. That was someone extra, not even the one that the guy that got beat up by the police, and Malcolm marched down there and was like, release him, let him get medical attention, or you're about to get fucked up in their face, bitch. What would Malcolm do? Negro Pharaoh, wake up. What you think he gonna do? Same thing General said he talking about doing. Let's move. You know what? For the record, however, I see that you guys are attacking young Pharaoh and probably ain't know what. Let me tell you something. Now, this is my generation. See, I'm alive now. If I was alive back then when shit was going on with Malcolm, bitch, it'd be a lot of strung up motherfuckers, bitch. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna try to organize something because we're gonna get revenge on someone. Okay? Back the fuck off. I see you. Ronald Stokes was a very good friend of Malcolm's, and he was murdered by the police. What would Malcolm do today? He wanted to get bouted, and Elijah again. Now, Malcolm. So what was happening? With Malcolm was realizing what I came to realize. Malcolm went in the reason I went in. See, I was bred and ready too. I wasn't raised with teachings from people. I was raised in a different way, just witnessing. Okay, grandma done this, masters. I know it's got to be rough trying to come up as a black woman trying to get a master's degree back in them days. Well before 1965, well before then. So, you know, auntie, okay, she's made it in the medical world, a doctor, okay. But that sense of independence, my dad and them, they used the term hunky, you know, but it wasn't large discussions, you know. Well, let me sit down and tell you, daughter, about how these crackers is. It was more of a joke when they said, yeah, they're the hunky. you know, they like pests to them. You know how like you swat a fly? That's how it was. Little pesky, little hunky, little uneducated. Get your dummy, little, you know, like a little pest. You know, hunky today. Well, you see that hunky on whatever news, you know, just light, but it was light. That's what I mean. We didn't have no big rah black power. I didn't hear none of that. I saw polished refinement of people up there going to get that money, and they wasn't on no crackers. With no intertwining with the crackers. Okay? They got their education and stayed black. But my grandmother's was not nothing to play with in the classroom, I'll tell you. Oh yeah, I remember your grandma. She teached at my school. Boy, miss, she was real serious and she didn't play no. I know, I bet she didn't. Can you imagine me coming from her? Bitch, sit your dumbass. No, I'm sure she wasn't cussing nobody out. But she wanted you to get the education. You probably wasn't going to play no games and try to pull no moves on my grandma. Wait. Anyway. Whew. So he was no on that. And so that's what Malcolm meant when he said, well, you know, he would say it's more personality while they shifted. It was about their life. So that's where the Black Panthers got it from. Let's get it correct. Why y'all trying to say they was inspired by the NOI because Malcolm was NOI. No, they was watching him too. So y'all wasn't about that. See, y'all preach no guns, no protection. You know, only if they come in and knock the stick off your shoulder. They run up in your house, but you know, if they're out there killing your people across the street, just peep. Don't say that. Shh, shh. That would have been Elijah, and that would have been Malcolm today. Get back, Malcolm. Get back. I see him. I see him. I said, shh, shh. Hide over there. Hide over there. That's about right, isn't it? What would Malcolm do today? Didn't he tell you what the fuck he'd do? All right, so that was so the KKK meeting. He was waking up, seeing who Elijah was. His friend murder, didn't want to do a darn thing about that. That was in the FOI strong. Elijah had set him up over there, the guy, and everything. Didn't have nothing to say. Put yourself in Malcolm's shoes. He repping the FOI. All we doing for Black people. And your own member get murdered by the police. And it's shh. What? Yeah, Malcolm was feeling some type of way. All right. So next. Then the tensions, jealousies of people. You know, the ever so old crows that was used to that slow-mo movement, just all talk, no walk. All we gonna do is learn how to take a bath and comb our hair and comb off comb out the afros and get our hair real low so we can blend in, and we don't want to have no separate identity. We don't want to really wear our jeans, and then we want to have our suit and tie, and just like that. And we're going to make ours a bow tie. We got to figure out where the fucking bow tie even originated from. I think I researched that before. If I research it again, I'll probably come up and be like, oh, yep, I knew I did look it up. Where did the first bow tie come from? Invention of the bow tie. And we're going to blend in with the man. We ain't going to be separate. And how we looking, we just don't talk it. We ain't gonna do no protecting. We just don't talk it. We gonna come over here. This is what Elijah was doing. Okay, come on, y'all. Come on. Okay, look, we got the KKK. They saying, we want to be separate. We want better access to food and land, right? We get our little group. Okay, come on. Now, because I done already baited y'all in, right? Because I woke y'all up. Now y'all know what the white man is doing. Now what we gonna do? We're gonna do some Harriet Tubman moves on them. All right, I can kind of try to see if I can fit in there somewhere with that analogy. We're gonna do some Harriet Tubman moves and shit. Slide on over here with clear passage. Because our agreement, Here it is. Why Farrakhan ain't arrested? They made a contract. The contract was that they would continue to promote Black separation, continue to say the white man is the devil. Say it loud, Elijah, so that more white people can hate you that didn't ordinarily hate you. We need them to come over here on our team. So, come on. Now, what we're going to do, those that accept the gift of passage, come on. And all the more white races that was created now. Because now they hate me with reason. Maybe, okay, Mom, where are you calling them niggers? Todd is cool. He always cool in there. Why you don't like him, Mom? Why you keep calling them niggers? Those ones. Oh, I see why. Oh, do Todd like them? Oh, well, fuck them too. Fuck you, niggers. So you got a whole new class of nigger-hating motherfuckers. Thank you, Elijah. I wonder when exactly did you start? When was the first time Elijah said the word devil? I know he was preaching, the KKK knew he was preaching, saying he wanted separation. He wanted land and free water, access to land and water with protection. They give them protection in exchange for what? Besides Martin Luther King hate. Because Malcolm X wasn't giving it to him. So after they kill Malcolm, now they can go back and get Martin, the original target. Yeah, some pussies, like I always said. That's just a fact of life. That's just a fact of life. Y'all some pussies. And anybody call you on your pussyhood, you want to fucking threaten and go through their comments and, do all that. Because why? You guys get a pass. You got to heavily promote that white man is devil shit. You got to. Remember, you got to honor that. That's what he did. So it was not about, let's be absolutely clear. Elijah was a broke ass, illiterate ass, non-reading ass, non-motherfucker he was ass. See? And he had a little Claire that was going to stick by him through thick and thin. Elijah was like, shit. What's his name? Fard. You want to go listen to Fard? I'm going to see what Fard talking about. Okay. Did Fard have any money, y'all? And well, goddamn, he done came all the way from Timbuktu and shit. He had to have a little cash, didn't he? Somewhere. Well, I don't know. They said he went to jail too. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But the point of the matter, so Elijah with his undercut, he was looking for a lick and a come up, boo. He was a sharecropper. He was used to negotiating with the man, giving of himself for a little bit of something. That was his nature. Okay? So you got Elijah, got y'all motherfucker, and most of y'all, if y'all coming from the penitentiary, clown, unless you were just down and loving penitentiary life, got your little boyfriend, or if you're a girl, you got your girlfriends, and you was cool. Some of us that wasn't into that shit couldn't find no comfort in that motherfucker. But would lay it down for life, bitch, and I'm fucking a guard. Bitch, if I gotta be in there forever and a goddamn tomorrow, come here, buddy. But be no bitch. I'm gonna be licking on. So it was mostly guys from the penitentiary. So you already know. They was like, fuck the police, fuck this, fuck that. We just like that. Streets like that. Fuck the police. You already know. So they probably was joining, like Michael had that about it. Then Malcolm had that spirit experience in life, the KKK killing his daddy and blowing up houses and shit they lived in when he was a child. We're not talking about the NOI blow up house. Talking about the ones in his youth. So how many of you guys, that's the question. How many of you FOI felt that you was about to link in with an organization that was about that life? That we was going to organize and be about that life. Oh, we got a problem over here. Here come the FOI running up. Handling shit. And what's important is that you had soldiers that would have did it. If it wasn't nobody but Malcolm, bitch. But he got to clear shit through you. You always trying to tell a motherfucker to shut up and don't do a goddamn thing. Cause I can get over here and be able to create my land so I can make some profit, so I can put y'all niggers to work in my motherfucking land just like my slave master did it. It ain't for your freedom, fuck niggers, for mine. I want to be over here and thrive on my motherfucking farm and motherfucking land, bitch. And I don't want anybody coming over here hanging me. So I want all your little niggers, I want you niggers to be my slave. I want you to be laborers so my goddamn family. Laborer. How you laborers filling out working for a slave master. This is not going to protect your ass from the police and nobody else. And gonna find some way to make it your fault anyway. Well, if the Muslim if the FOI brother, we show miss brother. But we can't thrive on the dead. We can't relive and reawaken the dead. So we just heavens to heaven to Allah. May he be pleased with Allah. May Allah be pleased with him. So let's continue on. The next thing. That's who y'all want to work for? Because I seen the live, by the way. The guy, I got to go find it again and share it before y'all go delete it. Y'all little slacking in your little labor work, aren't you? That's sad as fuck. Elijah had y'all motherfuckers working for the KKK. How does that feel? Oh, I forgot. Y'all was the willing slaves out there anyway. How does that feel? To know that every speech you throw, every white devil you throw, every whatever y'all say, that's really turning up the heat in already embedded racist hearts, to just add on to the numbers. Prescribed is the point by the KKK. He wrote out a prescription for Elijah to go get filled. And the medicine received is a passage without harassment. That's on y'all. I don't give a fuck. But you fucked, like I said, with the wrong one, taking my shit and not protecting it. The more I learn about you, and what's amazing is that I'm not even learning it. These were my first instincts. Remember I said I had that radar that ears up like the dog. Something's just not right. What's that? What's that? What's that? Yeah, that's me. That's sin. I can smell it through the fucking computer. How does it feel? You young. I got two people. They're probably the Nation of Islam or the Mr. News guy. Either way, I ain't falling for none of the hype. Trust. So one thing I do know is it's always been individual. So applied to all of this, it's an individual thing. What you do, how you stand individual. Because see, I never needed a group anyway. But when it goes to trying to open up some land and cultivate and grow our own food and trying to have a little paradise, excuse me for wanting a freaking paradise. Don't want to be alone in a motherfucking world. Excuse me. Want goodness for everyone. Black, that is. So, the KKK was, Malcolm was looking at him sad with 3 eyes, 4 eyes. Like, nigga, is you serious? Then his friend got killed. He was in the FOI. Now, Elijah, I know you gonna stand for this. I know. I mean, but these are peeps now. I mean, you fake. We've been. Is that Farrakhan that runs around saying, you touch one of ours, you touch one of ours? I guess this video slipped out, so I don't see it nowhere anymore. You touch one of our Muslims, it's on and popping. Well, that ain't what your daddy said. Your daddy said. Shh. All right. So that was real funny. The what he did. I hope I didn't erase it. Oh, okay, because I'm gonna play it back on this one. All right. So he didn't he was trying to have his friend. Was Elijah jealous that Malcolm was so close to Ronald Stokes? I think I'm gonna have to listen again. Did she say that Elijah had appointed Ronald Stokes as a standing somebody in the mosque there, wherever that was? And then he was real cool with Malcolm. Then it could be his Elijah's own wife. He'd be using that to promote some shit, sell some final calls and shit. Trust, I know the type. Bitch, you start fucking 15-year-olds. Bitch, you a soot bitch is who the fuck you is. A nasty old bitch. And should have died gracefully in the arms of Claire, who probably wasn't fucking nobody. So y'all should have been together, not fucking nobody if you didn't want to. I don't know what the problem was going on. If you could fuck, she could fuck too. You just spread them all legs. I'm only saying that because they've been trying to throw shame on Claire coming back with that, trying to justify talking about them girls' birthdays. Boy, shut up. I wouldn't dig them for them birthdays. So my ex-husband was good at printing out forms that look real official, and he did that shit from the prison. Nigga, trying to say he inherited. I said this nigga would try anything. Certified and all, bitch. They can do that in the prison. Fuck nigga, what else? Yeah. That was before he came into the Nation of Islam. Well, yeah. He wasn't even into Islam when he told them motherfuckers he wanted to fight for the Japanese and kill whites. He wasn't even. All right. So we can just see from that the personality differences in which Malcolm spoke. That's part of the personality differences. He was about that, and Elijah wasn't. So here we go. We're just going to conclude that Elijah sure set up a contract agreement with the KKK to give them and their little group babies. Don't be mad, because I was disappointed too. I'm serious. I was like, I thought it was for all the black people. You can scam me. I'm black, but I'm not no member or believer. I never even heard of you guys before, but fuck it. Fuck her. Then all of you are pussy ass clowns, and I want to take your throat out. You're not even a man. You're a fake man. You're a coward man. And you're a man that leans on the you're an association, collaboration with the enemy. What's that called in war? You traitor. Traitor. No, you're the traitors. Elijah Farrakhan, you fucking traitor. I think it's pretty evident. And Yam Pharaoh, I'm gonna tell you this. Because I see you squeezing, on some of the things you say. Okay. Now I'm not saying anything bad, but I'm just saying be careful. See, because we don't want to go with the perception that the Nation of Islam is trying to put out or justify their reasoning from studying from the Scientologists. Bitch, you were doing more than studies, Riza. You were like grown up in this shit. Motherfucker, you just didn't go take a class, bitch. You lying bitch. Okay. Wasn't it your daddy or your mama or somebody? Yeah, Scientologist. You were raised in it. Okay? So bitch. We don't fall there. Because somebody can pick that up from you, right? And then say, when they go over there and the Muslims try to get them, Scientology, I thought I heard, well, because they teach that too. Get all the knowledge from all the sources. Don't matter who they are. Pull out, if it's some intelligent information that they got in there, pull it out that we can use. Use and practicing is two different things. Extracting and joining is two different things. Rizlan was joined in that shit. That's number one. Number two, is all information that important that you would extract it from a child pedophile? What part of that mind, what do you want to know from that mind that your dumb ass can't figure out your own fucking self? Are you that illiterate? That's the question. How illiterate are you, Nation of Islam, that you can't find whatever you're looking for in the minds of child pedophiles and sacrificers and white little just freaking creatures and shit? Just creatures of the black dark lagoon and shit. My first instinct, before even seeing, knowing that they were into anything with the child, anything with children, I didn't know nothing about that. I knew that the one person that stole my shit, or was accused allegedly of stealing my shit, they said that he went to a Scientology thing. I said, well, what's that? You know what I mean? Hey, FBI, FOI, the way to go. What they do? I didn't know. I ain't never researched it. So since my division, I looked it up. And I didn't hear none of that stuff. Because I didn't go into Ron Hubbard or nobody. I'm just reading that. I might have saw Ron Hubbard, but I'm just trying to read what they do. I heard about the auditory, the changing the way and the thoughts going and making it out, and it was interesting only for that moment. And then I jumped off and I didn't go back to further researching it. And then here comes Pharaoh. I said, by God, is what? I said, okay. No, I know there's one person in particular that I know. I know he wouldn't be into that knowingly. Would he? No. Probably not. That's why he said take what you can get from it and trash the rest, I guess. Sure what he was trying to get. Probably looking at y'all. Let me stop for y'all trying to do something to it. Yeah. We don't want to say anything mimicking the Nation of Islam. Because if you got fresh buds out there, fresh seeds budding out there, you don't want it to get, have other fertilizer put on it because it's still young. It has no real strong roots yet. Okay? So that's what it sounded like to me. You sounded like Rizza Islam when he said that. We study all things, there's no information that's, whatever. I think there's limits to where you're extracting information from unless you're interested in what the fuck they're doing, the core of who they are, period. And it seemed like, I wish I could remember that. What was that lady name? Tom Cruise wife, because he's in Scientology, and his wife was saying why she was getting up out that shit and she didn't want Tom to have a baby. She said when she was in it, they had an interrogation process of children, maybe 3 years old and however old. They went through a ritual of questions over and over and over, trying to extract basically what it seemed like to me the bottom line is what will make them snitch. What makes you cry? What makes you this? Would you tell that? Did they tell that? All those little questions. I'm going to go back and find that bitch and post it. And that's the vibe I got off. I said, well, they really, if somebody, they want to see, basically if you tortured, would you tell? That's what it seemed to me. They had to learn the fundamental of silence and secrecy. I'm going to go for them questions. But I don't know why that jumped off at me. So it had to be something in there that jumped off at me like, oh, they don't want these kids telling shit. And they said that Tom Cruise's wife took a risk, as well as the King of Queens. You remember the show, The Kings of Queens? The what's the guy name? And his wife, yeah. Leah Rima or somebody. She was in Scientology. She got the fuck up out of there too. Mm-hmm. All right, so that's that. After those two in context of your punk, basically, let's get the truth out there, okay, guys? We're just gonna take the lid off and put the lid on what it was, because really, probably Malcolm didn't even want to say you pussy punk fuck nigga. I'm thinking that's what he was thinking. So you got the KKK, no confrontation. In fact, Elijah invites him into the front seat. That's fucked up. And had the motherfuckers. Elijah had a slew of dummies in that motherfucker. Y'all had some pussy, punk ass crackheads, like you said, fuck nigga. You was resurrecting fuck niggas, dead brained ass motherfuckers, crackhead motherfucker laying on the corner, drunk ass motherfuckers that you gave a meal to, bitch, to come hear you, to see if you can get them to go out there and work and sell these phone calls, fuck nigga. That was Muhammad Speaks at first, fuck nigga. That, I think Malcolm started that, helped you with that. Malcolm helped you with that. Is any of the proceeds going over there anywhere? So, I'm not sure what he was saying over there to the little guys. I guess he was saying the importance to build your own business and to have your own, and, I don't know, maybe he said, you got to clean yourselves up, get a job, for now, and you can use a little of that money to put towards your own business, and then put some over here into mine to help so we can reach more people. The more we got to reach them. You got to get out there. If you're not out there pushing those funnel calls, how can I expect you to push anything else? Ain't that what he said about Malcolm? If I can't expect you to defend me when somebody's slandering my name while you sit back there watching the mud being thrown in my face, and you're thinking, well, if he's not wiping the mud off, maybe the mud needs to be there. These are Elijah Muhammad's motherfucking words, how he's talking to his group. If you can't defend me when someone's slandering my name, how can I expect you to defend me if I'm shot? Oh, I know how you're thinking. That's his words right there. I know how you're thinking. When he said, if someone throws mud in my face and I don't wipe it off, then you thinking, well, maybe it should be there. That's no way you're thinking. Yeah, bitch. You couldn't say shit about the own mud thrown in your face, bitch. You don't expect us to do nothing about the mud thrown in our face, bitch. You set the perfect example. You don't save yourself, ho, bitch. So how can we ever expect you to save us? Okay. We got to dress up, walk the walk, and hold the white man's hand. Gotcha. And when we're going through our little farm, trucking around, how's you doing, massa? Because he gonna come through. How's you doing over there? I see you, Elijah slaves. Elijah, you got your slaves. I know them motherfuckers been out there on that goddamn farm. They look like, fuck this shit. That's probably why y'all ain't got no workers. Good job, Muslims. Wake the fuck up. Nation of Islam, wake the fuck up. Good job. Who Vicky and everybody else over there trying to beat some false sense into your ass again. Y'all, you know how they is. They're gonna beat the fuck out your fuck ass if you ain't selling enough motherfucking calls, bitch. Get your bitch ass out. Girl, I'm mad as fuck. I'm really mad. I'm mad for the FOI now. I'm mad as fuck for them. But y'all got to be some kind of stupid though. You got to be some kind of stupid to not even see the truck coming, nigga. You got to be some kind of head down following nigga for real. And probably getting registered, you probably signing your life and freedom away. Fuck, niggas, I feel sorry. I really don't, though. Because all y'all bitches was up there clapping when Farrakhan, he deserved to die. Leading y'all right to the road to hell, fuck niggas. There it is. There it is. That's the FOI contract with the devil. I said that. I said that a long time ago. I peeped that a long time ago. I knew it. So basically, Elijah just needed, I mean, I guess his name got a little round, got the attention of the KKK. He probably was like, cool, that's what we need, boy. That's what they need, what they want. Malcolm like they talking about they give them the address. They need them set up the address for Martin Luther King. I let them know, that we ain't operating on the same frequency, but I'm not gonna turn my brother off. Elijah was like, what they say they wanted? What they say they was gonna do? What was they? Michael was like, look, man, here go the telegraph gone, and sir, I ain't with this, I don't want no parts of it, man. No. Oh, that's right. He was taking that to Malcolm, and taking that to Elijah, the telegraph, and that's what Elijah first said for him to go talk. He was like, no, I ain't trying to fuck with. Go, Malcolm, go. In the name of Islam, find out what's on their mind. What's on their mind? Man, I gotta look at these motherfuckers and murder my daddy, bitch. Left my daddy on the chain checks. And matter of fact, my father was so Marvy guy, motherfucker. He was still alive when they took him to the hospital, bitch. Just like Malcolm came out that burning house, bitch. Fuck nigga city. I should have known by the eyebrows. I just thought that nigga was so cute though. Oh, and since then I've seen plenty trust. Oh, y'all some fuck niggas. Yeah, I'm so glad I wasn't in there, bitch. Bitch, fuck y'all. I wish y'all one of y'all hoes would have said something to me. Bitch, fuck, bitch. You already know, bitch. I just had to come in here strapped. Fuck it. Brrr, bitch. All right. So let's get everything clear. Elijah, I guess when tested, he failed. Wanted to link in with the KKK. Now he got his pass. Now he can start building because they can go build without pressure, without harassment. And isn't that what we all want? Don't we all want to build without pressure and harassment? But that's why, I guess that's why you got your little thoughts and your homosexuals and your little, all your little transgenders just, you know, trading in everything just to get, you know, I don't want to deal with the devil. I'm not, I would be embarrassed. And that's why I keep saying that. If I can't get the money from my black people, I don't want it. It's not going to mean nothing. You understand that? It's not going to set no precedence because everybody done made their way. Everybody done made their way with the white man hand-me-down, the hand-me-downs he gives. I'm not comfortable with it. LeBron James out here got $1 billion. I see Boyce Watkins posting that a lot. So I guess that's, you know what that's telling me? Nation Islam about to make their move. Let's see how they can finesse LeBron. Get him smooth and softened all up and greased all good and shit. Because they need some farm work. Their laborers are not clocking in. I'm going to find that fucking video. Bitch, let me do it now for whatchamacallit. Delete it. Wait. Oh, it made me get off Malcolm. Oh, shit. Oh. So in 1952 is when he was released and goes to live with his brother Wilford. And then he quickly joins the Nation of Islam and attends meetings at Detroit's Temple Number 1, one of the 4 temples that the nation operates at the time. All right, so that was 57. So in 17, I'm just giving Elijah the benefit of the doubt. If Fard, you know, disappeared from the face of the earth, I think it was 33. So I'm going to say, oh, well, no. Okay, 1930. So, well, yeah, after his disappearance, he would have took hold, I guess. The Fard say he was to be the prophet, or did Elijah say that? I don't know. 34. I'm hot and I'm sweaty. I can't count. 34, 44, 45. My brain is tired. 18 years. I'm kind of like Pharaoh now. Fuck it. I ain't got time to think right now. 18 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'm giving him 34, 44. Yes, but yes, 18 years. Simple. So So 18 years Elijah was out there. Sally find a call, brother. Just sign about a call, brother. Me and the missus got to eat nut. I'm going to tell you about your dusty, civilized ants. You know, tell you the things that Fard told my dumb ass, because I was sure negotiating with them slave training motherfuckers. But he said that our identity was stolen. Look, you know, it really irritates me. Black knowledge with Malcolm's picture on his profile, I'm pissed. Because he just said today how he idolizes, pretty much, Farrakhan. And I think they do that on purpose to attract. That's bait. See, I already knew he. See, I'm a avid looker, observer, hearer, right? So I've been seeing that Boyce Watkins was down with Farrakhan. They had some meeting or something they were doing. Everybody sitting at the table. I peeped that a long time ago. But I still listened to him because it wasn't like every day he was talking Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. What you know, what's your knowledge on this? Or just to get the latest scoop on something that's happened. You know what I'm saying? But not a whole lot. Okay. And then in going, I ran across, he done changed the name now to Black Knowledge. And he wants your black ass to come on in and check him out. And he gonna bait you with the picture of Malcolm. So he's trying to get Malcolm X people. And this is going on Facebook, and I might as well try to share it to a few more pages. Fuck it. It's my tissue for my nose. I had my window open. Talking about Vicky with the mucus. He changed it to Malcolm X. I was like, oh, how cute. And but I felt it was something was going on with that, and I knew it was. And so that's what I've surmised, that it was clickbait to get anybody halfway on the fence about Malcolm. Maybe they can convince him some kind of way, and the day was the day. And he done talked about and promoted Wesley Hamlet, the most respectful person that's still telling you to drink milk, you stupid bitch. You can make your own and be guaranteed what the fuck you get in that motherfucker. You got white people now that people's been exposing the milk and Dr. Sebi and all that. You got white people not buying it now. So again, the white people got your foot up, y'all motherfucking ass. Promote that milk, motherfucker, if you still want to farm on that land, bitch. Because we still here got the noose ready for your fuck ass. Promote that milk. I said too. So that's funny. The milk industry says it's losing so much extra dollars. Forget what the number was, because that's back when I was doing my research, bitch. I had the numbers, bitch. I just get on the podcast. Yeah, you motherfuckers. You know. You can research it when the milk was. Well, it had to be, I would say, I was in Atlanta. Was I in Atlanta when I saw that? So it would have been 2019. 18. And at that time, that was my immediate thought. Yeah, them crackers said, get out there and push that milk. Because I knew that after reading all that, they came into that agreement. Passes means, bitch, you gonna work for that motherfucker. So we need you to get more people to hate Black people. See, here's the irony in that. Here's the contradiction. Here's the fucked up shit in that. We're going to pass your black ass. But we're going to grow. You're going to help our numbers grow to hate all these black people out here that ain't in your little group over here. They sold us out. That's what they did. Now we need to turn the crackers on them. Let me think. Well, you know what's interesting and always consistent that we can always count on with our enemy. Oh, they'll use you if you allow yourself to be used. And then they're going to turn around and destroy you for being the coon sellout you are. This is evidenced and stay with the snitching situation in jails and penitentiaries. We're going to say I just used the name Diamond when I was in penitentiary. I was getting so many kites thrown under that sergeant desk trying to snitch on me for anything. I'm getting extra trays. I mean, down to I'm getting an extra tray, bitch. They hated my presence because I stood for something. Fuck niggas. I wasn't getting kites. Oh, she was fucking in the bathroom, or she stole. I think she's stealing. Oh no, they went to the penny. I wasn't doing shit. Just don't fuck with me, bitch. Because anything I was doing wide open, they already seen it when I was choking up, slicing up holes, bitch. I wasn't secret on that shit. Pot down, motherfucker. And the cops would know. Look, I know I ain't supposed to, but you know, and I had some little ones on my team. Let me get some shit off if I need to. But you know, I wasn't all into that. You know, I wasn't trafficking drugs in or getting cigarettes in. And man, look, I wasn't doing life, man. I'm 3 years. That's my longest bill. Let me just, you know, I ain't got time for all that. My point is, this is how they feel about you snitches and you coons. All these kites, they were sliding under the sergeant's desk. The sergeant came out. If y'all want the next person to send me a kite on Davis, I'm taking you to the hole. I just looked like that. See, I felt like the last one standing in the penitentiary. And I said that while I was there. Look at these pussy ass hoes. I'm the one. Inmate. Somebody had a CO calling you. Tell her my name then. I wrote a song. What was it? And we had our thing, American Idol thing in the thing in the gym, and I got on. They turned the mic straight off my ass. I'm gonna say, what it say? The day that I became property of the state, I saw those racist ass crackers trying to regulate, threatening me with threatening me with a pen and paper, talking all that shit that they was big boy heavyweights. And I said, threaten me with, pen or paper. I thought I said handcuffs. Threaten me with I don't know, but that sounds better. So maybe I said pen and paper. Threatening me with pen and paper, talking all that shit like they was big boy heavyweights. So I got back at them, eye for eye, toe to toe, blow for blow. Let them know I'm 7'5", 6 3-8, and I'm the one you can't regulate. Never won the waiver. Always eye to eye. Flip that switch, bitch, and this kaboom, you die. It's always been a mystery why in this women's penitentiary they hate. It's always been a mystery why in this women's penitentiary but I'll be the first one in the history. It says something about red rum wine. It's always been a mystery that why in this women's penitentiary I don't know. But when they cut the mic as soon as I said the day I became property of the state, these racist ass crackers tried to regulate, threaten, and it went click, and I was like, damn me with it. Oh damn shit went out. I said, oh whatever. But the next day, people was running up to me on the yard. What was it? What was the rest of it? What was it? And I was like, and I was spitting the whole thing. I was like, damn, that's hard. That was hard. But I can, yeah. So that's me. Maybe I am Malcolm. I wish I was back there. I would have got him, honey. And you and Betty go right on. And when I say honey, don't, you know what, you little nasty little bitches. See, I would have a respect for a man that has a respectful wife. Fuck niggas. I'm not a dirty bitch. When I feel sorry for your pussy ass and I see you with a fuck bitch, I might think you might deserve better. Did I miss my point? I went all over the place. See, that's why I can't do teaching. I'm too emotional and I'm too involved. You know, if I'm just doing a fact sheet or something like that, does not require any emotions. Perfect. Bitch, when you talk about this shit, I'm not a teacher because, bitch, my emotion gonna teach you how to feel, if any motherfucking thing, bitch. So, we had the tension and the jealousy. Jealousy is witnessed by me. I thought the person who introduced me to the Nation of Islam was quite handsome and deserving. And I really thought he was a nice guy, although I knew he was a little tiger. I seen his little spasms. But, and I talked about him like a dog. But I loved his little boots. Until he said, get the fuck out of here. So I'm gone now. But back rewinding in history to the witness. I am too of the jealousy. So, and even though I was heavily dogging him, I came back heavily loving on him. Gorgeous thing and the sweetest thing and the, and he's just so, and my baby and to this one Islam that happened to be on his friend's page, got me a job and everything. And of course I'm blowing up that I'm mad and I want some answers and all, but it's my baby. I love him. Where is he? Can you call him? Oh, but let me tell you. And what happened? So he was like, stop! Talk about me! I'm here! Talk about me! Well, I was going to say that you look nice today. I really was going to compliment him and say he looked nice today because when he came over, he looked like a slice. I don't know, like he was on the slave ship. Like he just got him off in them little canvas shoes. So what the fuck? Anyway, and no, I just, he gave me a card. I saw him downtown selling some oil. Of course, I wanted to find my baby. Baby / are you a thief? Question mark. So that's how that goes. My baby, Thief? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Anyway, he didn't like that. So he heavily went off on that. And then, and it wasn't about, let me tell you, his exact words. I love my brother. I love my brother. I die for, I think he said I'll die for my brother. I'm not sure about that part, but I know he said I love my brother. But fuck my brother when it came to me. Fuck my brother when it came to me. I'm gonna need you to talk about how handsome I am, bitch. Basically, is what he was saying. And he was forceful and aggressive, and I was on the job. We was in a little area, outside of our working units. But still, I was like, hot damn. Contradictory to word. I mean, you just really, guys, if you're just hustler, just go and take the damn suit and tie off, bitch, and get back to life. Now that you're awake, right? You know what's really happening, the ins and outs. Go on. Your Muslim brother doing it, Ernest Muhammad. I'm put the name out there. Ernest, Dayton, Ohio, is selling plenty of oil down there with the titles pussy on it and lust on another one. And that's just not really what's the word I'm trying to, that does that contrast properly with what is the word? Okay. Good home fucking training. Who says pussy? And by the way, people, it's two things I have had difficulty saying in my entire life. The word P-U-S-S-Y, that just doesn't never, no. And nigga. And I believe when I came from Florida, that people, when I left Florida and then I came back, because I came back, my life had changed a bit. So I was putting down the gun and shit, getting back to old happy me. Florida never saw old happy me. And I went over there, my same little, hey. A bitch, when I came to Florida, it was 1-800 murder on the mind and finger on the trigger. I got in deep with the deepest niggas. Yes, baby. When I woke up, I was straight up killer. My mental agility ranked the first, but you running with my daughters now. It's murderer thirst. So they ain't want seeing no smell. So when I went back, sometime after 2000, sitting on the same old porch, they used to chop up my dope and shit and meet the man there to pick it up. And I'm like, I heard that bitch say, she fake. And I did. I don't know if she told him or did she tell me? I don't know. But somehow, like, I was faking. The hell no, she faking like a motherfucker, because it was a whole different contrast. Fuck niggas. I mean that. I put TRU framed in my grill for a reason, motherfucker. Let me tell you what that reason is. I would truly, everything I say be, have been, will be. Always true to it. So, and how important that is, right? How important was that true in my memory? Well, let's see. The girl, right, that by 3 more centimeters when I went in her head with that knife that I usually don't carry, it's usually guns. The one night when I said to the girl, is this anybody or a hoe? And I had the house arrest blanket on. I didn't have no pistol that night. I didn't have anything on me. So I used what she was drinking out of. Let's be absolutely clear. Who the fuck I got so much in my brain, I'm telling you guys. Anyway, when I, you know, they thought I was really faking. So the same way that applies to nigga and pussy. Pussy, it just didn't roll out my mouth. You know, especially talking to a guy, you know, like to be like, I don't even know how girls say that in conversation. What you want to come get some PUSSY or my PUSSY is good? You know, I know. No. So that when if I tried to speak it, it just came out all funny. Ew, it just felt like it was like, ew, going out my tongue. Same way with nigga. I know they said it in joking way. What's up, my nigga? Right? And I just laughed about it because I was like, oh, I wonder if they thought I was faking then too. You know, like I probably was smiling a lot more then, right? And you know, oh, my nigga. You know? But when I can apply it, the pressure, when I'm pissed, fuck nigga, you, all the bass go in the nigga, bitch, pussy ass nigga. That's when I can say pussy. When I'm calling you a punk pussy ass nigga, you punk pussy ass nigga. Yeah, I can say it like that. I can say nigga when I'm mad, fuck nigga or some shit. I call a white person nigga. You know what I mean? Just to be all derogatory when I say it, because I'm not saying it in camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even say, what's the other thing they used to say? My homeboys, I'm with my home girl. That's something else. I just didn't talk like that. So I didn't really have the language of the streets. Here you go. Only time the street came out of me is when I was pissed. Then you every bitch, fuck, nigga, bitch. Other than that, no. So, feeling like King Payne. I want to put him on here too because I wanted to talk about that. Seems like I'm always talking about homosexual, but okay, since we're on here, let me go on and say it. In the penitentiary, I always talk about homosexuality. I hate homosexual. I don't hate the people. Now, let me break down the people that I know. They're the gayest motherfuckers I know. And I don't mean that derogatory. I mean it as the term is meant to be gay happy. Them some gay ass people. And them the people shit when everybody else turning against you, they're gonna always have a kind word for your ass. And I'm not gonna lie about that. I'm not promoting homosexuality. I don't want y'all ass nowhere around my grandson with that. No, none of that. What's more important, what's really turned up the heat for me with you guys is that gay manifesto shit and just in general. Because when you see old people, grown adults who claim not to be gay, yet you're lap dancing with bitches, you got bitches booty bent over in your face, something's just not adding up. And you're on the FOI friend list, bitch. And to me, they're supposed to be righteous. What the fuck is going on? So, I don't know how that would work. Interaction. Because there probably could be some training. But if it is, the reason I said the King Payne, because when I saw him on something, I didn't know who he was or anything. I'm assuming he is. But his personality, you know, well, here's the thing. Let's get a whole breakdown. I've only dealt with around homosexuals in the penitentiary, and the few on the street has been that I may have seen or something, it's been individuals. So if I'm talking to someone, like I didn't talk to them all. And I've all had I mean, I can walk up to any of them saying, hey, I can even be asking shit. Hey, you got a kite? Right? Or what's some things that the bagger, yeah, I got so much for that. Bam, okay, give me that smack, bam, you know, or whatever, make a deal or something like that. If we all sitting in the, you know, bunk area, we all on our beds, and somebody might say something, I might say something, we might laugh or something, and then that's the end of that. But I don't have experience with dealing with couples, you know, like they're a couple, you know, like licking and kissing all on each other and filling and fondling and all that. No, I don't have no, I've never been close in proximity watching that shit. And I haven't been around, like, outside of penitentiary, a couple together, like sitting in my house, right? And had two gay people or something, and I can see them. Oh, Floyd. Oh, Jacob. Oh no, I haven't seen all that. So here we go. When you say, or a person may think, you know, if they've ever seen me and say, oh, say she may be jealous because talking about these thoughts because they got big butts and they got this, and let me explain something to you on that. Let's say we had a world free fall. Or no, here you go. You know how the gays agenda, it says, Michael Swift, that it wants to take over the whole world. And we have to be killed, the heterosexuals, first of all. But if I was to be such soul survivor and I was sentenced to a whole bunch of ass in the air fucking, I couldn't stomach that. So when I'm in the penitentiary and I'm around that, I don't see ass and titties flopping around in my face. And if I'm walking by, I'm turning because I don't want to look at all that. So that's what I mean. I'm not used to seeing the women's naked body, and that's not what I want to see, first of all. So if I'm talking about it, it's like I'm tired of saying this shit. I'm a woman. And I don't want to see bitches. I can't even can't even get on Instagram and the feed's just rolling up. They got people this whack doing their thing. And I mean, you got white, you got black, you got Chinese, you got them all shaking their ass, bitch. I don't want to see that. So if I was sentenced to be around just a whole bunch of butts in the air and got to walk past people licking ass and shit, it's all free. Kill me now. Kill me now. I'm saying because I'm not participating in that bullshit. That's all I mean. I come on, guys. I'm a woman, and I don't want to see no one's ass. And to me, it's like saying kiss my ass. The more you put an ass in her face, it's like you're saying kiss your ass. And it's really just disgusting. Some of you girls, you look stink. All that ass anyway. Let me give you the straight on the ass. I got a small little ass. It's not hard to clean at all. But I'm trying to imagine being that fucking big. That's a lot of blood, sweat, and ass. Till we be wiping and mopping up. I'm sorry. That's your problem. I'm not even trying to think about it. I know many of you have put a lot of powder in the panties before you go let a person smell your ass on TV. I know. No, seriously. Seriously, I'm not comfortable. If I'm not comfortable saying the word P-U-S-S-Y, I'm not comfortable with saying the word N-I-G-G-A, then you can damn sure be I'm not comfortable with seeing everybody's ass and titties and think it's just quite disturbing that you as a woman would be on there doing that shit. So it's not hate, it's goddamn culture, bitch. It's who the fuck I am. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like my little girls looking at that shit. I don't want my little girls thinking that they got to get on there to do that to be liked. Excuse me. Because if that's the case, then the friendship not worth it. And all you got to do is just stand back while they thinking you not cute because you ain't up there on there doing your little strip teasers for they bitch ass. See how they crumble. See what they really made of. Oh, they just stud dyke bitches. Stud dyke bitches. They showing you they stud dyke bitches the way they working these niggas. The pussy bitches they are. So they just want a bunch of dyke bitch, pussy ass nigga crew fuck bitches. And I hope that's what my daughters see. Because they ain't trying to be all up in here no more. They see it's a bunch of fuck shit. And I'm hoping I'm rubbing off. I'm thinking about my daughter, the one that the white girl used to. There was a situation, but anyway, let's just say that someone tried to implant in her mind that she was dark skinned and not beautiful, and her hair was not of the texture of white society. Of course, mom wasn't around, but that would have never been. Her hair has grown, I think, this long. She has it in braids. Her own hair is braided and it's coming down. I think about right here. I was like, yes, because what mommy said, go natural. Now I know I got in braids and my hair, I don't even think my hair that well, I know my hair. Well, I hope these braids ain't took it off. But it was growing back. But I was thinking when I get these taken out, I'm gonna get my regular hair in a little twist. So I was already thinking about that. Give my hair some break because I got to take these braids out. And so we all know my hair is not this long, booby. At all, period, dot. But I'm not, and also I don't think a woman should cut her hair off. I'm just not going for that. My daughter did though. She cut her hair and I told her she looked nice. I think two of them did. Me and the baby, we like, I ain't gonna do that. Like, we can't, I can't. But I'm glad that they, they went through the experience of, the ride. They took the ride. But now, women, I'll say, if you got a mane, or in her case, like her hair was damaged from all the weaving and gluing and shit, that she wanted to cut all that out. So congratulations that she did it. It didn't grow up. She got the little pigtails going on, baby. Yes. Let's see what else. I thought it was interesting. It's really not interesting. But Elijah, again, proving his loyalty to the enemy, defended Kennedy's honor and reputation, that he's gone throw salt and shade and silence on the fighters on a fighter of freedom and independence and liberty and justice. Doesn't that seem a little strange? He's really enemy related, isn't he? There's some strange entanglement there. Elijah's in an entanglement with the enemy. I think I'm going to put that on my caption when I share this to Facebook. Y'all better be glad I can't get on no mic. And y'all already know. Y'all ain't got to worry. Ain't nobody in no group fucking with me because they know ain't no bullshit going to be passed along in that bitch. You know the Hebrews ain't going to fuck with me because you know I ain't going for it. Nation of Islam, they know they've already been exposed. Pharaoh, I could see by his little expression, he'd be like, yeah, that old bitch. I'm serious. He's so disrespectful. I know he would. General said he might. I know he married. I ain't trying to be nobody's woman. I'm saying he might let me in the fold. Well, you know, Sister Diamond now. He'd be like Malcolm. Boy, oh boy, got a problem. Because she ready to let loose. Ready. No. But yeah, so I think maybe under General Steady fold, I may be more appropriate to be. Because Pharaohs, if you get a little disrespectful, no guy. But no, I was wrong. He gave a great tribute to Malcolm. He really did. He did tiptoe around the Elijah, and I did feel and would have liked them to really dig, like whoever this writer is that wrote this book, the Dead Arising, which was Malcolm X arising again, boo. So they didn't let him down. So thank you to Les Payne and his daughter for concluding the book. Thank you very much. That shows Malcolm's revenge is still on the way. Still on the way, guys. So you little not black knowledge guys over there, boys walking, y'all just keep kicking out the dirt, looking like desperados. Your little flock is leaving the herd, bitch. I heard you screaming for fucking help, bitch. We need help. Y'all want navy beans. You want organic. Do you know how much that works? I told you guys a long time ago. Were you listening or were you going to the shop? I see you at the grocery store with all those damn beans. You want support me then. Now you want the beans. Get out here and work. One of them old time motherfuckers been on that farm for a long time. Elijah been whipping that slave, whipping him in the shop. We gotta get the maize. We gotta get my pop field. Po things. Baby, you weren't working for the black people, honeys. You was working for your slave master, Elijah. Because he was a seasoned slave. You're on contract with the KKK, bitch, so you can get a pass. So you don't have to be one of the one. You just pull out your Muslim card. I'm Muslim. Not even Muslim though. Whatever FNOY. I'm the black ones that's in contract with you now. I know the Orthodox ain't fucking with y'all ass. So I'm the black one. I'm under Elijah. Well, you go on, sir. Go on. You're good to go. That was what you guys were trying to advertise in that video I saw. When was that? I saw that. I'm trying. I'm just trying to think of what table I was sitting at, but it won't come to me. But I did post about it on one of those pages. When the guy was saying that, see, when you're a Muslim, he got stopped by the police and saying how the police just let him go. I was like, yeah, bitch, I guess so. Y'all got a contract with the KKK. I've been screaming that shit for 100 years, bitch. It's live and in color down, boo. Hope Wilfred is still alive. Wilfred, you're still alive. I'm not sure what you said to Les Payne, but it must have been informative. It's in the book. whomever those bodyguards, what goon squad, the goon squads, Berkon, you got them on notice, right? I know you got what you got going on. You got your little ears everywhere. Be careful, guys. Take cover. You're gonna be popping up dead next. Look, man. I think I said until you do right by me, your whole world gonna come apart. I think I said that. And now that I see that you guys are scrambling for workers in your own shit, now that I see that you guys are scrambling to keep your members, you know, in line and locked in, and they're slipping away from you. They're talking directly to the members. I've seen videos where they're talking to their members. So they must be losing following. Until you do right by me, bitch. Because my heart was right by you, bitch. I'm God's child, bitch. Another thing, since we're on education, the lady spoke about Malcolm going to Africa, right? And he was making all those connections in Africa. Well, here's after he had left Elijah, right? Well, here's what Elijah's take on his trips to Africa and all. What was his thoughts? Dang, I gotta go all the way down here and find this. Let's just go on and listen to Elijah little line out. My little one viewer, let's just see. Oh man. That's okay. I'm gonna share it to somebody, put it on their Instagram. It's gonna have to get out because this just shit is crazy. Shit is just crazy. God, I gotta go all the way down here. God. I got out of Jaguar. You know, I posted that much shit. Let's find out exactly. Ooh, I hate that picture of me. Ooh, I was ugly. I still am ugly, y'all. I know it. I'm all right. It's this hairstyle. Got me fucked up. I don't want this shit up off my head no more. I'm the. Come on. Oh, there's my little hair. It's cute. All smushed down. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. It should be soon, but while whoever trying to gather, see what kind of ammo I got. I ain't got the ammo, honey. The people got it. I'm just picking them up, picking up the shells. Yes, they didn't already thrown it at you. And they're just saying what I was already saying, or they already said, and I didn't know they did say it. And I'm just agreeing, motherfucker, because that's all this shit coming from my own ascertaining shit of the evidence. I was really gonna come up here with a scale too, a real balancing scale, and put one in each thing. Malcolm X, Nation of Islam. Point, 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 and see how the scale turn out on your ass. Oh, here we are. There's little Elijah. Hi, Elijah. Let me see what he's saying. Is that the one? I thought it was another one now. Why do I just... Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to make sure it's the right one because two of them. Oh no, I couldn't even read it, but I know I was sitting up there doing something. Ah, wait a minute. Oh, that's the one of, I guess I posted a that must have been the one I posted of Elijah, I mean Farrakhan and his white daughter-in-law and grandchild. They blocked that off of there. Boy, they're heavily connected, aren't they, with the censorship? Because that's what I did notice. Their alliance with the media. YouTube, you got me down here, bitch. They never silenced me on anything I said. I mean, yeah, they were trying to silence, stop shit when I would post certain shit. So that I didn't have the rights to, I don't know. Maybe that was it. Where the fuck? Oh, that's me and Elijah right there. Okay, that's the one. So I would have had that because I didn't see it. And then I had to post it again. All right, so let me see. Is that it? I don't think that's the one, though, because it says specifically the lies, and I don't want to waste your time, but... Damn, I'm mad. Oh, that's me just posting the pic. Where's them damn videos? Hold on. That's not the one. There it is. Okay. Bitch. Thought y'all got me. They didn't get me. Now, so when she talked about Malcolm going over to Africa, right? He was over there trying to do work for us. With the one person, if you can't share, get nobody on here to get on this motherfucker so you can be the only one that's listening, because I want everybody to hear this shit. Who the fuck you working for? While he talking, while he going over there trying to do for us, here's what Elijah with his jelly pussy ass was thinking. Couldn't see the great that Malcolm was, bitch, because he didn't want to be great. He wanted to be a fuck nigga. He wanted to fuck little teenagers and trick them into fucking him and shit. And then when they get pregnant, he want to kick their ass to the curb and call them prostitutes and try to get his buddies. So that could tell you how his buddies, what kind of core buddy he would have that even think he can address them about taking responsibility for the baby. Because he really kind of wanted to kick the pussy in the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Trying to keep the pussy around. So just say it's your baby dog and I can still fuck her at night, you know. Oh, ain't nobody gonna get that bitch out of here if she start running her fucking mouth. You got to get the fuck out of here, girl. The fuck out of here with that fuck shit, pussy ass bitch. I was listening. That's that damn tape. You come out to kill me, the man. Where's the Africa shit, bitch? Shut up, you jealous motherfucker.
But he refused to see it. And set out to try and destroy our psychical brotherhood with young life. The very man that taught him all evil. And the man that fight sent him to Africa abroad for him to see what Muslims look like in foreign land. It was me, Elijah Muhammad, that made his way over there. The next time he goes back there to destroy the friends over there, that was for Elijah. My Carolina.
So what he said was that he sent Malcolm to Africa originally so he could see the whatever he said over there. And what did he do? When he went back over there, he tried to steal the friends or take the friend. I don't know exactly. Still take the friends of Elijah by scandalizing his name. Now, I don't think. Let's back this up. Let's back this all the way up. There is an article. I'm going to find it. I've researched. So when I'm flying off the front of my brain, it's because it's coming from somewhere, bitch. I done read it.
And I had stated in a newspaper about an effort to take my life back in January, and at that time the Muslims denied it. Why are they threatening your life? Well, primarily because they're afraid that I will tell the real reason that I'm out of the Black Muslim movement, which I never told. I kept to myself. But the real reason is that Elijah Muhammad, the head of the movement, is the father.
That was the final straw, really. But he said he didn't tell it at first because he already said he had much to tell on the Nation of Islam, didn't he? So he said, I wasn't going to even tell it. But then they started threatening me. What you think, fuck nigga? Y'all all in the cameras, all the cameras in y'all faces. Elijah, you was sitting down with them he was sitting down with them motherfuckers. Farrakhan definitely on every motherfucker's white dick he can sit on to get his name out there. He wouldn't give a fuck. The Catholic Pope, the motherfucking Jewish, he just bending over for them, because they didn't already said honor that contract, fuck nigger. But don't anti-Semite us, bitch. We're with the KKK. You didn't know that? Elijah didn't tell you that, did he? You stick to them little white motherfuckers, them little poor white. I don't know what the fuck. How the contract was formatted. All I know is they wanted to spread, the KKK needed them to spread more white hate for us. And he was happy to oblige to sell your black ass out. Do you know what that means? When they say we need more motherfuckers to be hanging black motherfuckers trying to do something, fuck nigga. Did he not know what that meant? So that's the trade-off. We gotta be under you, the Nation of Islam, for us to get a pass from the people that would hang us if we wasn't. That just don't sound right. So y'all the black peoples, they not gonna hang, that you can have your little land and everything. And we gotta agree, because you gonna be fucking our little daughters at 15 and shit. Because he was gonna implement all that, and he's gonna get all that together. If Elijah would have lived, nigga, like y'all said, he was gonna be immortal and shit. First of all, I don't think them bitches would have came to play, or they would have been brought to light when Claire passed. That's what it would have happened. Y'all would be in deep with them motherfuckers. I know they little ancestors, them little KKK ancestors riding through the fields that y'all working on. Telling y'all when y'all ain't putting in enough work. When y'all ain't spreading enough poison out here, y'all ain't talking about the milk enough. When y'all gonna start telling how y'all gonna incorporate, because the price of the sales on pork just ain't popping. Can y'all make pork more popular again? I don't know how you gonna do it, Farrakhan, but our pork sales is down. Go on and tell the members, structuring is so hard. You know how you finesse it on in there. I know, brothers, times is hard. I'm not gonna come down on you if you smoke a cigarette. Don't feel yourself flawed from Allah. Look, I'm open. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's why you got 3 wives, man. 4. She ain't acting right. Give her some peace. Give her some rest. Which might be cold to put her to sleep. They do a lot of tongue severing. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Severing. They do a lot of tongue severing and shit. The moral that I do know is that you guys are paid for slaves, bought into slavery. You are under contract with the enemy for you to be so-called free. The most powerful thing I said from Malcolm was, don't offer me your respect if you can't give it to all of my brothers. You can't give them respect, I don't want your respect. He rejected it. Like he was trying to reject the KKK. And it's just the offer that's fucked up. The terms of the conditions in the contract, do you know what that said? That said, we're trying to grow the seeds of racism and hate for blacks. We need your help, Elijah. We need more people hating you. That means more people killed tonight. You sold out the black goddamn racial bitch. You. And now the black race is going to charge you. And I understand. You sold out your entire black race. But Elijah looking a little light too. He was a sharecropper. What do you expect? He was always negotiating with the master. Getting a little crumb in here for all his handwork. Or have to give off some to how that work, sharecropping you. Grow your shit and gotta give him, I don't know. I did Google it, I forgot, but I know it's some kind of exchange. And the master had the upper hand as always. I wasn't bending over my daddy, wasn't bending over my grandmother, wasn't bending over. We were independent freely. Free you, fuck you, bitch. Let me try to teach these little hard-headed motherfucker kids in the hood. My grandmother didn't teach in Kettering goddamn high school, bitch. Centerville, Wiley, bitch. My grandmother was in hood with that master's degree, bitch, trying to teach some hard-headed motherfuckers that didn't want to listen. Had the numbers, statistics, and every goddamn thing else to show. Let's be absolutely clear. Hood bound for life. Fuck niggas. So that was the point. The lady was discussing that when Malcolm went back over to Africa, he wasn't thinking about your fuck ass Elijah. He was over there fucking trying to get the leaders of Congo and Kenya and every damn body else on Reese. He had a dragon to slay, bitch. That your fuck ass was too pussy to address. You'd rather go into contract with the known racist. You know what I'm talking about? He didn't even fuck around with the slick talking motherfucking, half Democrat finessing niggas. He wasn't even, you can't even say he got bamboozled by them bitches. He got the straight KKK at his door, bitch. Hey, we need to say that. Well, sure, Bob. What you need? Cause you like that, Bob? Oh, you like that, Bob? Yeah, I was listening. You like that, huh, Bob? That yeah, Bob. I just want my own land. I just want to feed my family. Just have enough to, and have my little members and everything, and and we just gonna cut off our little circulation and build over here. Cause bitch, that's all you was gonna be able to do, bitch. You got a name now because you talk too much and loud, fuck nigga. And you ain't talking about shit. But what Marcus Garvey handed down in this motherfucker, and because you damn sure ain't supporting Nat Turner or Louis Trayvon Overture, bitch. You always promoting them sucker niggas. And you trying to kill Malcolm so much, bitch, his light burning a hole in your ass. Until you do right, motherfucker, everything your ass, motherfucker, don't be gone. You understand me? In the name of Malcolm, bitch. Watch your shit combo on. And we can stir up a bunch of niggas, because let me tell you something, niggas. Evidently, the FOI is easy, can be sold, can be bought. That's the most insulting disrespect I've ever seen. hatred for your people. They weren't lying. They weren't lying. When I get this they weren't lying. You did sell out your people for a free pass. And it wasn't even no pass like, let me see, what could what the KKK want y'all black asses off the planet? But what could they have? Oh, the thing with Malcolm, he did grow it to 400 people when he was in it. When he came to it said it in there. I'm going to share it to my post because I just really can't right now. It was 400. Y'all dead. And y'all keep disrespecting the man, though. When I say the man, I'm saying the man that had and wanted change for himself and others. He knew it was a goddamn crime, fuck, shame, fuck, nigga. The motherfucker just ran over and killed his daddy like a dog on a railroad track, fuck, nigga. Then blowed up his own goddamn house and his family had to move, fuck, nigga. That's too far as he escaped. I'm gonna love it to come murk the fuck out you when you come me. If you come my way, I'm telling you. You know that? I'm gonna drive it in you. Yes. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get some little negotiation going. Let me see if I can go find me some KKK members, bitch. I heard that they're good then, huh? They're good negotiators, right? And I'm gonna have to take that from Elijah. No, and I gotta go out and be like, hey guys, where the KKK? Where they at, boo? Because I'm that bold bitch. I step in your face and they face too, bitch. I'm probably gonna go searching on Google. See what we can do. They're a little hair in our net. Oh, you want to see my lordy? I got a couple black niggers I can sacrifice for you right now. Let me give you the address. No, I have to get it. Last known address. Yeah, I feel some type of way. You took a good man off the planet, bitch. They was trying to. I heard he was pimping white hoes. I didn't see no black ones in the thing. So you know what they were good for. What they was used for. Yeah, I thought that was quite funny that he would punish, a black supporter of the Nation of Islam and defend the enemy, Kennedy. He dead anyway. Standing in that good light. Y'all meant what y'all said. Y'all want the white man's respect. When I called y'all on that, when I first saw that statement from one of you guys, you need to work to get the respect of the enemy. Wow. That was amazing to me. See how much, and I'm so glad. See, that's why you know you're not raised and shit. You're not brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? I, yeah, that was cold-blooded. I mean, and it's even more amazing at how many dumbass followers he had. Y'all was really that thirsty for a biscuit, niggas. He was giving free meals on Sunday, fuck niggas. Is that why the accused Muslim stole my possessions? So you can look good in the community? Oh, the Muslim gave me this big old fur coat. It was so warm. I know the fuck it was. Warm as fuck. You could have been in a snowstorm in that motherfucker, and you was gonna be warm, bitch. Oh, wow, we got these nice dresses. Oh, don't even look. These weren't even worn yet. But they really love them jean high heels. I loved them. I would just wanted to wear them. Maybe I had some just when I was going somewhere. I had so much stuff, and I just, built. I mean, I really ain't got nothing in this closet, really, at all. But, still the little that I do have, I don't even wear. Still sitting there. Heels. Ain't even worn yet. I'm still waiting on somewhere to go. And that's what I can't do. I can't walk down the street in heels. Just to feel right. It just doesn't feel natural to be walking a block or two in heels. I'm saying I won't even go out to the park lot or to the dumpster, man. In no heels. No, fuck that. Special occasion. You know what I mean? Wow. And one of y'all got through to my heart, too. Because I thought he was a nice, sweet guy. My radar wasn't hitting right that day. But I'm always hitting wrong when it comes to the right man for me. I failed twice in picking. 3-0. That's why I said if that one go 3, that's wrong. Fuck it. But guess what? I'm not saying fuck it. I'm not. All right. That should be a great book. I'm gonna have to read it. It's funny. I knew that in reading the autobiography, and I won't lie, I didn't read it. I listened to it. The audiobook. So what? I ain't got time. I don't feel like it. I'm read and rant and Google for goddamn 5 years. And I'm so sick of this shit. God damn it, the brain activity, goddamn, to try to get all that real estate, bitch. I didn't even know. All I knew was that's a house, bitch. Fucking going in there cramming all that law and appraising and financing and principle and practices, bitch. And still came out A grade, motherfucker, with that mentorship. Please mentor us, bitch. Bitch. Dean's listen all, bitch. Dean's list, or what's it called? Honor roll. Who was that shit I made in school some damn where when I was pregnant? Honor roll, is it? Yeah, made that once. I'm tired. I've been through a lot. Now I don't feel like fucking reading shit. I know the fucking principles and shit. Just give me the abstract version. I'm cool. And then I'll go from there and pick it apart and figure out if what you're saying is true and real or not. But I don't want to listen to the Hebrew Israelites. I'm going to fight my enemy. I'm going to die on this land. Or, when I get the password, I'm going to be an open, it's just not wise to be all in the wilderness shit, when you ain't got a team, motherfucker. And I don't know y'all's team, so I ain't coming without mine, bitch. So I ready to go with some brothers that I know from the heart of that spirit. And who was that? Seti said something about Haiti basically being played out. And then Pharaoh came back with something, and I can't even remember what it was, but it was relevant. Oh, when he went to saying he was going to sign something, don't worry about whatever he was signing, that we're going to go be able to do whatever action. Well, honey, let me explain signing to you. See, Haiti did what it took to write their own fucking law. They did the writing. Guess how they got to say, bitch, you can't come over here with that fuck shit. Because they done already knocked down a couple other nations. Britain and Spain and whoever else the fuck wanted some. Victorious in it. And so they wrote out their own constitution. This is not copying on this land, and you guys are welcome. And then, however they flipped it all around and shit, mad as fuck that they were able to accomplish that with their weak pussy. And that lets you know the force is as weak as it is. It's all presentation. It ain't nothing but the jewels and shit and the teeth of slaves that they done got into the ivory, opal ivory. That's our people teeth, bitch. The diamonds that they done stole off the backs and murdered and slaughtered for them diamonds. They were, bitch, I'm Carbonado diamond, bitch. I'm that rare, unseen motherfucker, bitch. For a reason, because I'm the hardest motherfucker in the ground, bitch. Get your work up. I'm sick of all y'all new school motherfuckers coming here that you ever disrespect. Don't you ever disrespect Haiti, bitch. See, you be running them motherfuckers out. Fuck your motherfucking ass down, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You don't want to see my boss, bitch. You don't want to see me, bitch. I'm telling you. You clear capiche? I don't even use the term no more because y'all got balls flying on everything. Hoes and skulls and hoes and moles and snows, bitch. Bitch, I won't even wear a title. None of y'all hoes carry. So I think I'm going to close with that. Wow. I kept going on there. I kept saying, that's why they thought I was stupid. I kept saying, but you know, y'all talking about you protect your woman. You protect the black woman, I mean. I've had an injustice. No one's doing anything to rectify my situation. I don't even have a pair of panties that, well, of course I bought some, but I'm just saying I was left with none. Showed up with the same clothes I left in. Everything else was gone. So I think I bombed out. I went to a hotel. Got a taxi. The fuck did I put on the next day? Because I was told my clothes wasn't there no more. My property was gone. And they didn't know what happened. Oh, wow. Of course I showered. I had money. I have no idea. So when I was saying that, they probably all was either laughing at me or saying, poor thing, she just don't know how we set up. They couldn't tell me. That's why they wasn't commenting. Because everything I was saying was true. And I didn't have no following. Yeah, some pages did. My sister had it blew up. That's all they was thinking, poor thing. She don't know how we cut over here. You sign on the dollar line to be a Muslim and following Allah, the way of Islam. And let me I think it was clear. The girl in the interview about the book she finishing for her father, you know, if Malcolm, I said that already, didn't I? Before she said it, I said, what would Malcolm do? He would be like, Sunni, if you ain't, you ain't trying to address our issues. Oh no, I peace, brother, peace. But we got ish. You know, he said that, you know, it was kind of what the I forget the word he used. You know, strange. Trying to communicate, you know what I'm saying, challenging, and he had a translator. Oh God, Josh, Hashem, let's go, Hashem. And if they would have been like, oh no, Masa, no, Hasa. Look, man, Malcolm had been through what you call it, psychological torture, man. That man was like, oh, peace. Oh, y'all like brother. Oh God. He needed that. Allocation. I mean Elijahcation. They was like, peace, my brother, rubbing his head and shit. He probably got butt rubs and shit. They over there drinking out the same glass. He said, here you go, brother. Ooh, It's such a peace over here. Abundance. The white guys, brothers with the blue eyes, they're washing my feet. They're bringing me porridge. You know what I mean? And he was just such in an environment. And so he came out, and guess what he said? The newfound love and brother, if they want to help, that's fine. But you can't come over here, though. I think he said that after he got kicked out of Elijah. He did say it. I remember, mental note. I remember. That's what he was saying. Yeah, because they was like, so you're not in the Nation of Islam, so now you're doing this and doing that. Well, yeah, I am. And if they want to help the cause over here, that's fine, but they can help from a distance. Long-handed. So I get you, Pharaoh. You're trying to walk in Malcolm. I see you doing the same thing. But let's not be caught. Let's even do it like this. How I would originally, if I was heading any of y'all motherfuckers. Because I'm not abuse lover, me. And I'm not forgiving of the abusers. Especially when it comes to my children. So, let's cut the hand that hangs us. And get into LeBron James before the Muslim finesse his ass up to death and grease him up for all the pickings off the billions. They putting LeBron James up in the advertising. Fresh meat, niggas. Fresh meat. I can see their lips smacking. So you'll be next. LeBron James, Farrakhan. Fuck niggas. They really fucking with y'all. Okay, I gotta go. That is it. That is all classes in session. And I have learned, amazingly, the same thing I learned 5-6 years ago, bitch, when I first started hitting the scene on this. Who is these bitches? I'm protecting the black woman. Did this motherfucker just steal my shit? What the fuck? He deserved to die. I saw later. Who the fuck said that shit? So I've been in deep, bitch, because it's been personal, motherfuckers. I'm a little tired. But I'm happy to see that everything that I found and I ascertained from the evidence provided from Elijah Farrakhan and the rest of his fruity tooties, I was accurate. That's the point. Stay tuned, bitch. No. So don't get on my bad side because I'll rip your whole fucking shit out. Let me stop doing that. I'm not into that. I'm not into, bringing anybody, cheering anybody. Do you. Just don't fuck with the babies. And the teenage girls, I'm going to stand up for them too. Let's be clear. You're going to stay away from everybody under 18. And if it was me, it would be 21 at least. You're going to get a strong stand and something, a good something going on to be a great asset in a partnership. Whether she's taking booking and baking, cooking and planting and shit. With everything we need to know, I would have made sure my kids was in some goddamn gardening shit. All of us together, as a matter of fact. So, everybody got to worry about me coming from. I don't give a fuck what y'all little roaches, rodents doing. Half your motherfucking mind been stolen, soul been stolen, spirit been stolen, reprocessed and clipped, motherfucker. What's it called? Cloned. You cloned ass motherfucker. Y'all dead to me. I swear. I swear. I swear. It's really. It was one relevant thing. What did it say? Malcolm's mother, the Garvey way. I thought about her when they were saying that she taught Malcolm not to retaliate, against, someone, shooting, spitting that out to you. And the analogy she used was the dart bird, unless you hit the target, so if they can't hit you with it, they're going to stop throwing, Now I'm going to smack the shit out they bitch ass, especially now, even more so. No, let me stop. But I was thinking of someone, even in the Nation of Islam, they were like, been a lot of people that call him niggas, and I looked at him like, how you let that slide? Man, you don't want to know what I did to him. Then he saw what I did. That's right, honey. That's what I used to do in the car. I didn't play that, honey. No. They weren't even calling me a nigga. They was just trying to be cool with in one case, they was just trying to blend in with the black girls, my nigga. And I was like, excuse me, I know I'm not in your conversation, but I don't appreciate hearing that nigga word. What? I was off my bed, like, what? All right, y'all. When I think about my actions, it is funny to me because it be real, and I'll be meaning that shit, and it be just. It be just. So I don't get any kicks out of harming people that's not deserving. So if I'm smiling, bitch, you deserve to talk about red. You gonna respect me. Is you crazy fuck cracker, bitch? Respect that. Ouch. I guess I do get hard. That shit hurt. Oh. So, I probably need to stay in the house. I'm going down. I'm going, and it's already on record. I already said how the racism is fucking me in the shelter. I said that. I got shipped out some damn where, and I told them I wasn't suicidal or homicidal. They still had me drugged up, and I was like, where the fuck am I at? I was just bored. And, I had a couple hours before the shelter opened up. I was fucking the house right down there. I was going to sit in there, squatting there. Oh, no, if you're not being seen, I got to be seen. Well, walk past and I'm gone up that shit. Got 2 more hours. I'm going in there and talk about this damn racism in this shelter, bitch. And I'm not feeling well. Serious, bitch. Ooh, but that's not what got me admitted coming in, which is the reason they said I couldn't come out, because I went in there. I was late. Let me see. I wasn't late. I made it on time, but my sugar was low as fuck. So I didn't get to smoke. I had to go in and let me get my sugar. Man, my sugar was so fucked up. Let me just tell this story. My sugar was so fucked up. I was orange juicing it. I was watching them fucking with me though in that bitch. Let me. I mean, like that, like talking, like now I'm fucked up. I know I'm looking crazy. I know I'm looking like check it. Check it. I think it's 89 now. Whew, whatever the number was. So now let me go. I didn't get to smoke, so let me go on out there and smoke. And I tried to go back in. They're like, oh no, ma'am, you went back out there. But I was in here treating myself, and I didn't get to. Well, no, ma'am, you can't come back in. What was it, 5, 6 a.m.? Probably about 3, 2 a.m. No, I think it was longer than that, actually, because let me see. Oh yeah, I went on all kind of little trips. Oh yeah, they kicked me. Oh yeah. So let me say they kicked me. I couldn't come back in. So it wasn't the Y was still open. And I had a membership in the Y. So I walked all the way, or either I caught the bus to the Y, back downtown to the Y, hung out there until they closed, which I don't know what time. I think 10, 11, 12. Maybe I don't know what the last hour was. So while I was down there, right, I was looking all around. Like, I'm gonna need me a new. I remember the night so well. I was looking all around for a homeless spot. If I could, so I know in Florida, I used to pick out homeless location. I was a new homeless person in the crew. Just see how you do this homeless shit. Before I came up with the 24-hour laundromat of great convenience in Florida. So I'm scouting around for somewhere to sleep. I called my mother and said, "Oh, Jehovah's Witness." I asked her, could I stay with her? Hell to the now. Mom, you know that big lawn chair? Because, I knew those were handy. I had me one. Mine was quite bougie in the 24-hour laundromat journey. Hey, Mom, that lawn chair you had? I've been kicked out, and this is what happened with my sugar, and I need that lounge chair so I can just lay back and shit, bitch. Now I don't want to click them, so I'm just fiddling around. End up taking the flyer or whatever, and went on back to the shelter, sat out there for a little while, and then a skunk came. A skunk. So I'm sitting there on the bench, and then there's another bench, and then the white man with the white shirt on, and another shelter girl was on that bench. I'm like, oh shit! Who is he gonna come over here? I ain't fucking with. Look, man, I don't know nothing about no skunks. I just know they spray some shit. It was like, well, you don't bother them. They ain't gonna bother. I was like, are you sure? And so he was moseying on around, right? So I'm still sitting out there in the. So I was like, at this time, probably. It was getting late. I don't know what time it was. Maybe 1, 2. I don't know. Damn, I got such and such more hours. The hospital was down the street, so let me walk on up there. And that's where they told me I couldn't hang out. And, I had to be seeing somebody. I said, well, can I use the bathroom? And I ain't that a bitch. So I walked back down to the shelter, sat a little bit more, smoked a few more cigarettes. Probably had about maybe 2 hours left. I don't know. And so I was like, let me go. They want me to talk. I gotta be seen. But let's talk about this damn racist shit that I'm about to smash a motherfucker. And I don't mean fuck. When I say smash, being smash, drag, and motherfucker, all that shit with it. So let me go down there because I'm really, So I went down there, and in triage, I was telling them what's up. I wanted to talk to somebody about my feeling of what did I like? I was trying to show the effects that the racism was having on me, the damage it was doing to me, basically. I didn't say I'm homicidal, bitch. They probably could tell by my tone. And so in triage, they was doing my sugar. And it's like, oh, your sugar low. So that critical moment when I was in the shelter trying to bring it up and it wouldn't go up, it wouldn't, all that shit I was consuming, that's when I'm bad as fuck. You know, and it wasn't going up. And finally, I probably got it up. I don't even know if it was 89. I'm just saying, probably was 70 or something. And then I'm back out the door. Now I'm kicked out that motherfucker because I went to smoke. So you got a bitch critical motherfucker. You done kicked me out this motherfucker. I ran up their ass so bad in that shelter, bitch. I was coming in there with motherfucking plug-in hot plates, motherfucker, coffee, motherfucker, special order dice in this motherfucker. When you got the rest of the, well, can I get now, bitch? Back up, bitch, unless you diabetic, hoe. I had that motherfucker on stand, motherfucker. I was gonna bring that whole shit down, bitch. So I was catered to very well when I got back. That's how I handled them hoes in the penitentiary, them nurses and shit. Bitch, don't think I won't come out the bushes on your pussy ass, bitch. Better put that shit in writing, you fuck. That's my kite writing. You better get this, bitch. For our motherfuckers see that hoe, bitch. I would slash it to the captain, hoe. Bitch. I'm really aggravated by your bitch ass nurse that wanna maltreat me, hand me the wrong shit that if I wasn't looking, bitch. You better get on their neck before I get on them. But the shelter trying to figure out if I'm faking a funk in that bitch. They call me brittle for a reason, but guess who's managing it? Me. So I went back to the hospital in triage, and that's why my sugar kept going down. They tested it, I was low. They gave me something to eat. They checked it again, I was lower. I was getting low. They checked it again, I was getting lower. Time to admit me. So once I got all together, so what brings you in, Miss Diamond? Well, I was letting them know that they got some stuff going over there in that shelter that I'm in, and all that racial shit. It's just, I don't know what the effects of this is having. Just get this shit on record that I really wanted. I don't know what I wanted. Let's just say, if we need to, we're affected by racism. What the fuck you gonna do about it? Are you suicidal? Are you homicidal? No, I ain't suicidal or homicidal, but somebody called me out my name. It's going to be a problem. And I'm going to tell you that motherfucker now. Y'all need to get this shit under control because, next thing I knew, I woke up in some place. And then my mother, when I got out the place, I called I talked to my mother. My mother's like, well, yeah, I know. Because when I came up there and you said, I said, came up where? I came up to the place. What place? That place you called me from, Diamond. You called me. I said, Mama, I don't remember you coming up here. Yeah, you called me and said, I forget what she said. I said, I don't know if I wanted to bring, I don't know, but I called her. She said she kept trying to, I can't remember. She was trying to do something, find a place, find a number, find where, I don't know. But whatever, I guess she found it because she said she came up there and she talked to my ass and I don't remember. So when I left the place, it was something not right. I said, wait a minute, how did I get this bag? That's what I noticed. Maybe I told my mother to go get that bag from the shelter, I think. Because I did have a bag and I said, I remember walking up to the hospital with that bag. So all this kind of shit wasn't adding up. Wait a minute. And I didn't. I was outside. I didn't have no bag. Couldn't figure it out. So they drugged me with something and shipped me off to the 72-hour place. I remember that lady coming in and by this time everything was nice. I said, yes, that racism over there, that's just, and them girls starting to get out of loose lipped and, and I'm just, not the one for that. And, it's really bothering me. Well, are you so homicidal, suicidal? No, I'm not homicidal. No, I'm not suicidal. Oh, this I'll be when I be over here. But when I be thinking about shit, boy, I just be busting out like, oh wow, just laughing or woo. So let's be clear. I don't back down. And let's be clear, ain't nobody calling me no niggas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Man, I really don't know what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna say. It's because I done set up the stage already. I done said how this shit is bothering me, bitch. Go and get that record. I kept saying I was ailing from this shit. He called me a nigga. I got records. It's the first time ever I've went and said anything about the racism is affecting me when I was in that sugar. I don't talk about that shit nowhere. No hospital environment and shit. I don't even talk. I've never spoken it. Because I'm usually already footing somebody's ass that's looking stupid. Shut up, bitch. Call me a nigga. This pillow waiting for you when you get your ass in the jail, bitch. So I've set the record. I said I'm bothered. So I'm thinking, white America, you might be needing to change the law on that nigger word and start threatening them with time for somebody threatens them with life. Because I'm not going for it. I already know. I can't even. Oh, let's see, I just shiver just to think somebody's gonna call me a nigga. You guys might want to stand up for your own selves. But my daughter had that part correct. I'm going to demand the white people give me respect. Nigga, you don't respect me, stay up out my face, though. And you ain't going to be in my face either disrespecting me, but you just disrespect me from a distance. But white man, you in particular, I'm demanding. I'm not going to prove myself respectable. I'm going to say you're going to respect me regardless of what. Just on the strength of you owe me, bitch. I know I'm looking crazy. This is why I don't even get on here. I cannot even jump off on my Love Sparkles page, bitch, because how many hours I've been on this bitch? Oh, 4 hours. All right, you can really go live on YouTube, can't you? Well, I think we got a clear breakdown. And it's sad. The Nation of Islam really has sold out its people. That's what it's for. His farms. That's what it was for. Yes. And it really shows the weakness of man he was. He had no faith in his black people that he was trying to get. Well, I guess not. He must have not been talking too much or nothing for 18 years, and you got 400 followers. That's 18 years of talking, bitch. That's almost like being on social media for, well, was it 2007? 14, that's 21. So now, sorry, y'all. Like 17, 2007, 2017, 18, 19, 12 years. All right. Shaking your ass for 12 years to get a check mark on Instagram. That's a lot of shaking and twerking. A lot of shaking and twerking. A lot of grinding on the bed with the ass in the air. A lot of that. And that's just for a check mark. God, can you imagine what they'll do for $40 million, bitch? They sucking every hole, crack, and crevice for a bigger nigga. Bitch can't even expand to expand to a 9-figure nigga. Cause I'm a 9-figure nigga and I'm gonna be a 10-figure nigga if I'm lucky, bitch. But y'all 8-figure niggas. Shit, you little pussy ass niggas only aspiring to 2 million. They think that's the life of the luxury, bitch. Shows you how assertive they are in their thinking in life dreaming. 2 million, bitch. I bet y'all sit down here turn down $1 million, $2 million. I bet you somebody gonna come up here with the wrong conversation and I'm gonna say fuck you and 2 million. Easy. Now let's talk about a 10 million nigga, a 8-figure nigga. Well, you already know it's don't even knock on my door. The 8-figure niggas don't even knock on my door. I know I want nothing. And I'm not gonna give you nothing. And it might be, that's right. You ain't gonna bend over and shake no big ass. You damn right. You ain't got nothing I want. I'm just saying on the GP level, bitch. 8-figure nigga. Bitch, I don't even want y'all. Fuck, nigga. When I say going to the top, bitch, I ain't talking about 2-figure, 8-figure, 6-figure niggas anyway, bitch. Y'all ain't never on my level. Never on my level. Seems like LeBron James and Rich, the 10 biggest niggas. But it seems like Nation Islam is already greasing the ass. Greasing the ass, baby. They want a piece of that LeBron. Anybody got this? Shoot this LeBron James. Bitch, I need some help over here. We trying to do some shit. What you doing? Who you though? Who are you? Who is LeBron? Scoring guy? Congrats. What you about? What's in here, nigga? So, just for clarity, I'm a 10-figure girl. Well, 9-figure is fine. I could do a lot with 999.000. I could do good with that. I stored a war your bitch ass can't stop. Fuck niggas. But, you know, if I'm lucky, 10 billion with the 5, 10 figure, I'm a 10-figure nigga. I'm mad that Brian James got that because now, you know, everything I'm on, I was going to say that shit. I'm a 10-figure. Now they blowing him up. To, you know, yeah. And that's already by my circle of thought. always been. That's why I can look at everybody like, you can't even reach me.